They wanted to do it earlier. We had a hearing
All right,
going on,
so we're going to put it down to process.
I misspoke because now we have the jurors reconstituted.
Sementilli, when we left off, you were going to review your text communications with Monica after the date that Fabio was killed until January to June when Monica was arrested. Did you have an opportunity to do that?
I did my best, yes.
Okay. And as we discussed, there were hundreds of texts between you two?
Yes.
And I had asked you yesterday whether Monica ever sent you in all those hundreds of texts, whether she ever sent you any text where she complained about collecting insurance money or insurance. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And did reviewing those texts between the two of you refresh your recollection as to whether Monica ever sent you any texts like that?
Yes, I found 6 pages
Okay.
that make reference to financial woes, and as well as I'd like to add that my correspondence with Monica were not just by text. I spent a lot of time there.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Your Honor, I'd object. It's non-responsive.
It is unresponsive, sustained.
Thank you. If we could move to just have stricken. Thank you.
Starting with, if I may add, is stricken.
Thank you. Ms. Sementilli, when you say there were 6 texts, what
6 pages.
6 pages. What you're referring to are is a text string where you initiated a text to Monica on May 24th, asking her if she'd be okay with Marco, your common law husband, writing a letter for her to send. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you initiated that text on May 24th, correct?
In response to our discussions.
Okay. But you weren't responding to any text discussions, correct?
That's not the only means of communication I had with Monica.
Okay. But you sent Monica a text on May 24th, did you not, where you said that if you're okay with this, referring to Marco, he's going to have his lawyer draft a letter regarding the fact that you are under financial duress. And then he's going to email it to you, and then you own it, at which point you send it to the insurance company and to the police captain department. Put them on notice, and then you'll see what happens. You wrote that text, correct?
I wrote that text.
Okay. Your Honor, if we may mark as Exhibit 608, a 3-page text string between Morella at 416 and Monica at 818-424. And you initiated that text on May 24th, correct?
Yes.
At 8:12 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And then you followed that text with another text on page 2 of Exhibit 608, where you told Monica, Marco said, don't waste your breath anymore. Send everything in an email. Create a paper trail. Did you write that to her?
Yes, in response to her financial woes.
And she responded, LOL, just got detective and captain email address today. I said I forget and get confused, and I want all info through email. I told him we are going to be homeless, and he said a few more weeks. But yes, please send me anything I can use. She said that to you, correct?
Correct, and this is the conversation with her financial woes.
I'm sorry. I just asked you if
I'd like to answer the question.
well, my question was, did she send that to you?
Yes.
Thank you. And you then sent her the following text. Okay, send him information such as insurance information, any names you might have at the insurance company, phone numbers or address, detective's name, precinct, or address of police station, phone number and names, and of course all their email addresses via email to marco@rosewatergroup.com. If it's faster, you could take pictures of letter heads and send pic to 416-918. Wants to help you with this. You sent that text, correct?
Yes.
And Monica responds on page 3 of 608, okay, I'll send what info I have tomorrow, but I want to see it before it is sent to anyone. Did she tell you that in the text?
In a text message, yes.
Okay. And then you responded to her, Ms. Sementilli, at 8:39. As I said in the first email, he is going to email you the letter. We need the info to properly compose the letter, but we are not sending it to anyone. He wants to send you an effectively written letter that you will have to own it from you to them. You said that, correct?
Correct.
And Monica had sent you other text messages throughout this same period, updating you and telling you about her frustrations with the investigation having to do with finding the killers, correct?
Correct.
And she communicated those conversations through text as well, correct?
Not specifically finding the killers, giving her information. She was looking for information.
Information about the investigation?
Exactly.
Okay. And information about what the progress had been on solving the case?
And what was holding up the letter?
She texted you about something about holding up a letter?
Yes, the letter releasing her as a suspect.
And where was that text? You have that text?
Not in those exact words, but
Okay.
there is a text where she said she's going to start from the detective Parshall all the way up to the mayor
Okay.
to get answers.
But that's about solving the case, correct?
No, that's about getting answers.
Okay. Your Honor, if we may mark as Exhibit 609, a one-page text from Celebrite Extraction dated 5/16/17. And showing you these texts. Ms. Sementilli, am I correct that Monica sent you a text on 5/16/17 at 2:03, letting you know that detectives from Knock Knock Burglary Task Force coming to see me Thursday at 11 a.m. Exclamation point. They may have some pics and also maps to show me other homes hid in the area and what routes Fabio takes home usually. Did she send you that text?
Yes.
And did she follow that with a text that same day at 1:48 telling you, I was so angry Monday morning on phone with detective, told him I'm coming to station with a news crew if I have to, and work my way up the chain. His captain, captain's boss, all the way to the mayor if I have to. This is fucking ridiculous. No answers. His captain called me and said they will be there Thursday but can't discuss investigation. They say they will solve this, but don't give me anything. Did she tell you that?
Yes.
And that's nothing about getting any letter, correct?
As I said, our communication was in many forms, not just text messaging.
Ms. Sementilli, you testified earlier about Monica being late for an appointment one day because she was at a car dealership buying a brand new Fiat, I believe you testified, and saying that she'd gotten a great deal. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. But you were aware at that time, were you not, that your niece Bella had been in a traffic accident where she had totaled her Fiat? Were you not?
Yes.
Okay. And this was in May of 2017, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that the car was insured and that they were replacing the Fiat, correct?
I wasn't sure who was replacing it. All I knew is that she went and got her a new car.
Okay. But you were aware she wasn't buying a new car, the insurance company, she was replacing Bella's Fiat with a replacement Fiat, correct?
I didn't know the details.
Ms. Sementilli, you also testified about this situation with Fabio's ashes in Canada in a family crypt. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said Fabio would have wanted to be buried in Canada, would wanted to be up there, correct?
I think he always wanted to come home alive, but I'm not sure about buried. I
Okay.
never talked about it with him.
I thought you testified that he would have wanted to be home.
He wanted to be coming home, yes.
Okay. And you had earlier testified there was this situation where you were present when Luigi and Jessica and Bella consented to having him cremated, correct?
Correct.
And now, Monica never cremated him in Los Angeles, correct?
Correct.
In fact, there was a full autopsy of Fabio after he died, correct?
Sustained.
Were you aware that there had been an autopsy of Fabio?
Sustained.
Was it your understanding that Fabio had been autopsied?
Sustained.
Ms. Sementilli, Monica brought Fabio's body back to Canada, correct?
Yes.
And there were services for him up there. There was a viewing before he was cremated, correct?
Yes.
And then he was cremated, and you all, you visited the crypt where he was kept?
All the time.
Yes. And Monica visited the cemetery as well?
Not that I know of.
You weren't with her when you visited the remains with him?
When we laid his remains, she was there.
And am I correct that you have never requested that his remains at any time be moved, correct?
I can't do that.
You can't request it?
No. I'm not the signee or the next of kin, and it's her name, and unless she makes that change, he will be there permanently.
Have you ever made any effort to contact Jessica or Bella, his daughters, his next of kin, about moving his body?
I will eventually, yes.
You
After
will
the
eventually.
trial, yes.
Okay. But you were aware that only 4.5 months after Fabio was killed, Monica was arrested, correct?
Yes.
And she hasn't been in Canada for 7.5 years, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you have remained close with your nieces, Bella and Jessica?
No.
You have come down and visited them?
No.
Is there any reason not?
It breaks my heart to have to say this, but they were very disrespectful. They were unfortunately asked to not communicate with us with regards to anything about my brother.
Objection calls for hearsay speculation.
Sustain on the second ground.
I had asked for some property of my brother's for my mom. My mom was asking about some things she wanted, that she didn't have anything to remember her son by. And they replied to me so many rude times, saying that it belongs to their mother and that not sending anything to my mother. And I tried to reach out. There was just so many times where they never replied to me. They didn't welcome me. I came to pre-trials. They didn't want to see me. And their mother, their grandmother and aunt were there all the time, right after the arrest. So I had a very hard time getting through or getting to visit them.
When did you ever reach out and try to see them when you were down here?
Early part of the arrest.
And did you do that by phone or email or text?
Probably text or phone, yes. Or through their aunt or through Deborah Obad.
And
I tried everything I could in my power before I got the message that they don't want to see me.
And you have those messages?
No, I probably don't have them. They might have erased it, so I don't have stuff like that.
Well, they couldn't erase messages from your phone, correct?
I don't have the messages.
Okay. And isn't it a fact, Ms. Sementilli, that you have sent derogatory and inappropriate texts repeatedly to both Jess and Bella about their mother?
It is.
Let me be specific. Isn't it true, Ms. Sementilli, that you sent Jessica Sementilli a text where you referred to her as a bitch and a cunt?
No.
No further questions.
Redirect.
When you tried to help the defendant by having Marco write a letter for her to use if she wished, at that
I don't know.
when you when you agreed to assist the defendant by having Marco draft a letter for her to use.
Again, counsel, I will hear the entire question.
as she wished, did you have any idea at that time that she had been having an affair with Robert Baker?
No.
Would it be fair to say that you were fooled by the defendant?
Objection. Relevant argument.
Sustained.
You also talked, you were asked yesterday about the defendant's family initially not liking Fabio at the beginning. Would it be fair to say that they certainly wouldn't approve of Robert Baker?
Yes.
Objection. Argument. Speculation.
Untimely.
Had you and Antonio Quinteri met with Fabio on many prior occasions prior to that last time that you came to Los Angeles?
Yes, correct.
You were asked about whether or not the defendant wanted to move, and you said eventually she did want to move, but not at the beginning. When the defendant eventually told you that she wanted to move and you went looking at a house with her, did she tell you why she wanted to move at that point in time?
Objection. Relevant.
So ruled.
She wanted to move because she was looking for a smaller home that was less money.
Did she ever ask you to look with her at homes back in the Toronto area?
No, never.
When you went through the hundreds of text messages that defense counsel asked you to look at, did you find text messages regarding the defendant's meetings that she had with estate lawyers that she texted you about?
Objection. Relevance.
So ruled.
Yes.
And did she also send you text messages about how much paperwork she had to fill out in order to collect the life insurance?
Objection. Misstates the evidence.
So ruled.
Yes, it was on the text messages.
The text messages where yesterday it was represented that none of them had anything to do with money, correct?
Correct, yeah.
You know, on the first page, again, we don't know what came before this. I don't know if it was a conversation or another text. Is this a message from Monica asking you to send her contact information for someone?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was for?
What date was that?
This date is 5/24.
It may have been the Canadian Hairdresser magazine.
Coordinator?
Yes,
For the award
yes,
ceremony?
yes.
And with respect to the text message that was pointed out to you by defense counsel from you to the defendant, where you said, and then you own it, what does that mean?
Every time we had a discussion, I just wanted to tell her that Marco would help draft it, and then she would own it, meaning she could do with it whatever she wanted to before she sent it off.
Okay. In other words, she could make edits,
Yes,
She could send it, she could not send it.
exactly.
Objection, reading.
I will allow it.
And this is with respect to your telling her that she can send it to the insurance company, to the police department, in order to put them on notice and see what happens.
Correct, because she was always telling us constantly that it was a problem for her.
It
That,
is, excuse me, sustained.
And was this in response to statements made by the defendant where she was telling you that she was having a problem obtaining the life insurance proceeds because law enforcement hadn't cleared her?
correct.
And on the following page, there's a 114 at the bottom of the page. Does this appear to be a text from Monica to you?
Yes,
LOL, what does that mean?
laugh out loud.
Just got detective and captain email address today. I said I forget and get confused. And I want all info through email.
Objection, this has been asked and answered.
We're not on cross.
It's the same email. It was introduced.
I'm gonna allow this.
And here, did she indicate to you that basically she's lying to law enforcement and telling
Objection,
them
argument.
I don't know. I'll take that.
she
information.
forgot and gets confused, and that's why she wants it all sent through her email?
Still rule.
Correct.
And then, just as you stated earlier, the defendant says, I told him we're going to be homeless.
Yes, she told us that many times.
And then in the last line, she says, yes, please send me anything I can use. Correct?
Correct.
And then on the last page where the bottom says 115, after you sent the whatever text you had back and forth, is this a text message from the defendant to you?
Correct.
That will be a big help. I will text him pictures of the information. Thank you.
Yes.
So in other words, she's going to send pictures of the information that you and she discussed so that Marco could assist her in drafting a letter.
Correct.
Please don't make comments. And then on Exhibit 609, once
Yes.
again, is this a message from the defendant to you, detectives from Knock Knock Burglary Task Force, coming to see me Thursday at 11 a.m. exclamation point?
Yes.
They might have some pics and maps
Yes.
to show me other homes in the area and what routes Fabio takes home usually.
Yes, she did.
And beneath that, did she tell you, is this an email or a text message from her to you on, looks like, I think it's May 15th.
I see 16.
May 16th.
Yes.
I was so angry Monday morning on phone with detective, told him I'm coming into station with a news crew if I have to.
Yes.
And she's talking about how the detectives won't provide her information regarding what evidence they have, and that, in her words, it's fucking ridiculous.
Correct.
Objection, Ms. Stacy Owens.
Still rule.
Text
It says it right here. This is fucking ridiculous, correct?
Correct.
what she's referring to, Your Honor.
Still rule.
And that they can't discuss the investigation. correct?
Yes.
So you, at this point in time, were trying to assist your sister-in-law and your nieces in obtaining Fabio's life insurance money.
Correct.
And you believed at that point in time her stories that she might wind up being homeless.
Objection, speculation, argument,
It goes to her state of mind on why she's assisting.
irrelevant.
To stand on those grounds.
You agreed to assist her because you believed her stories. Is that correct?
Same objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
Correct.
And in terms of who brought Fabio's back to Canada, that was something Wella did, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Anything on recross?
Yes, thank you. Showing you what will be marked as defense.
I'm sorry. Nothing will be
I'm
marked.
sorry, Your Honor. May I mark, if the court pleases, Defense Exhibit 610, which is a text sent on February 13, 2017 from Monica to Morella.
Yes.
Ma'am, you testified earlier that I believe Monica had previously referenced filling out paperwork to specifically paperwork to collect insurance proceeds. Did you say that?
Paperwork. Just
Well, Ms. Silverman specifically said in order to get insurance, about insurance proceeds, correct?
Can you elaborate on that question? When did I say that and where?
Just a few minutes ago, Ms. Silverman talked to you about previous texts that referenced paperwork specifically related to insurance money.
Discussions, not texts.
Okay.
She had discussions and many means of communication with me.
Okay. So this is a text
Just a moment.
that is the only reference to paperwork between you two.
Counsel's testifying.
That last part is testifying.
Okay. This is a text between you and Monica about paperwork, correct?
Correct.
And this text says, thank you, don't know dates for New York yet. Bella will work on that to see when orientations are. Anna is here till Sunday. Now, the first part of the text, Monica's talking to you about coming to New York for your daughter's graduation from medical school, correct? And she, in fact, did come to New York for your daughter's graduation from medical school, correct?
She did, yes.
And the text goes on, I'm meeting with the estate lawyer Thursday, and from there I should know when I'm coming back, probably week after, for a few days. So no need to come here till after I get back, anytime you like or can. That's about you coming back to visit at some time later?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And she says, so much paperwork. Still feels like he's just away for work. Love you guys, bound forever, correct?
Yes.
There's nowhere in that text where she talks about paperwork for life insurance proceeds, correct?
Not specifically, no.
And finally, Ms. Silverman pointed out one of Monica's texts to you about her frustrations with the investigation. Do you recall that? 609?
Thank you.
Yes.
But am I right, she's talking to you about the criminal investigation, correct?
In this text message, yes.
And nowhere in there is she talking about any letter for life insurance, correct?
Not in this text message.
And in fact, she tells you in this text message that the detectives are representing to her that they are going to solve the case.
Yes.
And not a word about life insurance, correct?
Not in this text message.
Nothing.
Further?
Yes.
Just prior the portion you were shown on 610, on February 13th, 12:45 p.m. Is this a message that you sent to Monica?
Yes, it is.
And in this message, you're basically telling her, "Hi, honey, please know we love you, wish we could be with you and the girls. Let me know if you want company, and you can come from Saturday to Wednesday to visit."
Correct.
And also telling her about the graduation in New York for Vanessa's medical school.
Correct. It was a date error. It's June 10, sorry, not January 10.
I'm referring, to
No.
the date of the message, which is February 13th
Correct.
of 2017.
Correct.
That comes right before the defendant's response on that same date, correct?
Yes. I was making reference to the body of the text message. I had my daughter's
Yes.
convocation date wrong. That's all. I just
Oh.
yeah. It was June 10.
Right, that happened the week before the defendant came to Toronto for the Mural Awards,
It was the same weekend.
the Lifetime Achievement Awards.
Yes.
And when the defendant made mention of in 609, with respect to her conversations with the detectives, had the defendant told you and Marco on numerous occasions that in order to receive the life insurance, law enforcement first had to clear her
Correct.
and send a letter?
A lot of us.
Yes, correct.
So therefore, their criminal investigation was inextricably linked to her being able to get the letter for clearance, correct?
Sustained on the
Didn't the
first round.
defendant tell you that they had to clear her
Yes.
in their investigation in order for her to be able to receive money?
Correct. Yes.
And when she talked about the estate lawyer, that again was her talking about acquiring money from Fabio's.
Sustained on the first round.
When she talked about the estate lawyer, did that have to do, according to her conversations with you, about acquiring money from Fabio's estate?
Sustained.
Did the defendant tell you that that's what the estate lawyer was for, to acquire money from Fabio's estate?
Yes, as well as she had mentioned she was going to go to a state lawyer to make sure that Willa wasn't screwing her. So
On
I'm
money.
figuring it was about money all the time, yes.
I have nothing.
Anything further?
Ms. Sementilli, you understood that estate lawyers were involved because Fabio didn't have a will and his estate was in probate, correct?
No, I had no idea.
Ms. Sementilli, you communicated frequently with Luigi and the estate lawyers representing the estate throughout the summer of 2017, correct?
Luigi didn't explain a lot to us. We had no idea about the estate lawyer Luigi had. Is that what you're referring to?
No, the lawyers that were representing the estate.
No, I have no
by the
idea
court.
what happened there.
You have no idea that there were estate lawyers representing the estate in probate.
Objection,
Right.
facts and other matters.
Sustained.
Isn't it true, Ms. Sementilli, that you communicated frequently about the estate, Fabio's estate, and lawyers being involved because the estate was in probate?
Objection, vague.
Overruled.
No.
Isn't it also a fact, Ms. Sementilli, that you communicated frequently with Luigi about filing a lawsuit against Monica for money?
Well, I'm going to object that it states facts and other evidence.
So
It's
ruled.
also irrelevant and calls for hearsay.
Overruled on all grounds.
Can you repeat the question?
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Sementilli, that you communicated with Luigi Sementilli about wanting to file a lawsuit for money against Monica Sementilli?
I had discussions with Luigi because this is what he wanted to do.
Nothing.
Anything further by the people?
Was that for a wrongful death lawsuit?
Correct, yes.
Anything further?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sementilli. You are excused. You may call the next witness.
Call Abdul Shan Khan.
Good morning. If you could please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
Thank you. Please have a seat and hold your stand. Adjust the microphone so we can hear you, and for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Shan Khan, SHAWN KHAN.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Khan.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a security camera integration or installation company.
Do you own a company?
I do.
And what is that company?
First Digital Surveillance.
So what is your background and experience within your company? Explain a little bit what you do.
Okay, so I started out like an installer, and I still do installations. I do sales, pretty much A to Z, everything.
When you say installation and sales of what specifically?
So for example, let's say if a customer calls, I will return the call most of the time myself, unless somebody from the office returns the call. I would do a follow-up with them, do a site visit, assess their situation, what they're looking for, and then provide the estimate once they move forward. Most likely, 90% of the time, I will go for the installation with my techs.
And are you talking about then security cameras, the kind that are fixed to buildings or residences to monitor security coming and going in those buildings?
That is correct.
Okay. What is your background in IT?
So I went to school I have a bachelor's in information systems, and then I got into security cameras pretty much just self-taught myself.
Why did you get into that?
My older brother, I was helping him with security cameras in the beginning, and IT played a big role initially when we were using computers as DVRs back in the days. And then I decided just to move in this business.
When did you start working in IT, specifically with surveillance cameras, things of that nature, servicing customers?
2007.
2007. And is that when you started your business?
That is correct.
Okay. So going back to the years of 2017, were you contacted to install, or let's start with first give an estimate about security cameras at a residence that's at 5012 Queen Victoria Road in Woodland Hills?
Yes.
What was that, the Sementilli residence?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you recall how that contact was initiated?
So I believe it was a Sunday that I got an email somewhere around like midday time from Mr. Fabio Sementilli.
Your Honor, may I mark a 6-page document, a series of emails. The title is from Fabio Sementilli, and the 2 is info@CC installation. Is that correct?
CCTV installation dash Los
My
Angeles.
eyes aren't seeing that. CCTV installation.
That'll be 128.
And there's 6 pages. Showing you the first page then, do you recognize that email?
That is correct.
Okay, so the 2, the info@CCTV installation-losangeles.com, is that your business?
That is correct.
Okay. And it came from a Fabio Sementilli, and then do you know who this Calmati-Mo@Hotmail is?
Yes.
Who's that?
That's for Monica Sementilli.
Okay. The email speaks for itself, but what were you asked?
Basically, just inquiring about our services and just, I guess, talking about what they have and what they would like to improve.
Okay. Turning to page 2, a continuation of the email then?
That is
Is that
correct.
you that answered?
That is correct.
And you're asking if you're available Monday. What did you want to do on Monday?
Site visit.
So far, is this normal? Somebody contacts you and then you set up a visit?
That is correct.
What's the visit for?
Evaluation to see what they have, what they're looking to accomplish.
And then is that something that you go out and do?
99.9% I do, yes.
In this particular instance, did you end up going to the Sementilli residence?
Yes.
Turning to page 3, continuation of the email chain. Again, is that from Fabio to you with Monica Sementilli CC'd on it?
Yes.
Okay, so you decided on, or Fabio's telling you Wednesday would be a good day, is that right?
That is correct.
And then turning to page 4 is just a continuation of the email. Page 5. Again, a message from Fabio to you, and this is all on the same day, Sunday, June 19th, 2016, correct?
That is correct.
And Fabio provides their address at the Sementilli residence.
Yes.
Okay. And finally, And there's a continuation on page 6. There's a, can we meet at approximately 11, and that was confirmed then?
Yes.
Okay. So then on that Wednesday, did you end up, that would be a couple days after Sunday, a couple days later, did you go to the Sementilli residence?
Yes.
What's been previously marked as People's 9, do you recognize that residence?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that where you went to look at their, or do your estimate and look at their equipment?
Yes.
Okay, explain what you did when you got there.
So I believe initially I met with Miss Monica, and I usually when I get on site, I want to look at the equipment that they have, if it's existing setup. If it's new, then I just start with my own routine. And I believe during the initial phase, we got on the phone with Fabio, and he kind of expressed what he was looking to do, pretty much the same thing in the email.
What did you, I'm sorry.
No worries. Pretty much whatever that he mentioned in the email. And of course, when I get to see their equipment, their monitor, I make recommendations that, hey, this is what I recommend you do. The cameras are not looking good at daytime. They're probably worse at night. And I believe they wanted to add another camera for the front door.
Okay. So backing up, and when you got to this resident, you met with, you said Miss Monica.
Monica Sementilli, yes.
Do you see her in court?
Yes, I do.
Can you please identify where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
She's sitting right there and wearing white, I think, or beige.
When you met with her, was there anybody else present with you?
No, just myself.
And as you indicated, Fabio was not there.
He was not there.
Did you see any daughters or girls, young teens there?
No.
Where did you first meet the defendant, who you call Miss Monica?
I think we just met at the driveway first.
Okay.
And then I think she had the garage open already, I believe. And then we got on the phone. I think she put him on the speakerphone or something like that.
Did you go in the garage?
Yes.
Why did you go in the garage?
I believe that's where the equipment was.
Okay. Exhibit 7, which has been previously marked. Do you recognize the photographs here?
Yes.
And was this an area that you were directed to by the defendant?
That is correct.
And where specifically?
In the garage, towards the door leading to the inside of the house.
Right, right over here on the right photograph?
That is correct.
Okay. And what were you directed to?
To look at their existing equipment, the DVR that they have there, and then the monitor that they had in the kitchen. I think it was like an older monitor, not working, I'm not sure.
When you were in that garage that day on that Wednesday, where was the DVR?
In the garage above this, the cabinet.
This white cabinet right
White
here?
cabinet, exactly.
Up top?
Exactly where you see all the wires.
Okay. You see the wires, but when the defendant walked you into the garage, did she show you that DVR box?
I believe she did. It was an
Okay.
older box.
It was an older box?
Yeah, which is pretty typical. When I go in, people have older boxes, older monitors. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't.
Okay. And then you also mentioned you went inside and saw the monitor, is that correct?
Yeah, in the kitchen. I don't recall exactly, was it behind this wall? But yes.
Your name mark is photograph 128, a photograph of a monitor.
Be 129.
That photograph right there, do you recognize that area?
Yes, I do.
Now, there's a monitor there. Is that the monitor or the area where you were directed?
Yes.
Did you end up, you're out surveilling now to do an estimate. Did you end up replacing the monitor?
Yes, I replaced this monitor right here.
Okay, so when you got there, it was a different monitor?
I believe so.
Now, this wall right here behind it, does that back up to the garage where the DVR was?
That's what it seems like, because to extend the monitor, if it's a new install or replacement, sometimes you have to run a cable. So I believe that's what it seems like. It was behind that garage wall.
Okay.
It was pretty short run.
All right, so now that you've got there, you've seen where the DVR, and this is the old DVR box, correct?
In the garage, yes.
In the garage. You
Yes.
replaced that as well, ultimately?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So right now you're just at estimate point of view walking around. Where else did you go?
think once we looked at the monitor, got a view of the angles, we walked around the house and looked at where all the cameras were, the type of cameras, and where they needed the new camera.
Landmark is People's 129.
130, Counsel.
Oh, I said 8. Did you correct me? Okay, 129, sorry.
This is, now you're going to mark something at 130?
Yes, Landmark is 130.
What is that, please?
It's an aerial surveillance camera placement, aerial map of the Sementilli residence.
Very well.
Okay. All right, can you orient yourself as this is an aerial map of the Sementilli residence?
Yes.
Now, there's a pointer in front of you, a stick, if you could pull that out right under your monitor, and then turn around the screen and just indicate then where the cameras were that you looked at.
So we looked at this camera right here, this one right here,
Okay, so I'm going to describe. You're pointing to the bottom left. There's a
bottom left, yes.
bottom left. There's
Close
a
to the street, closer to the street and the driveway.
And where was that camera then?
This camera was, we did not relocate any cameras, just
Okay.
upgraded the cameras or replaced. So I believe I replaced 3 cameras, because altogether they have 5 cameras. So in the picture, what you don't see is the intercom camera. The intercom camera is somewhere right here.
And you're indicating right as an entrance into the
Entrance
driveway.
into the driveway, yes.
So at that location, entering into the driveway, you said there was an intercom camera. Is that the kind where you push a button if you wanted someone to let you in?
Exactly.
And there was a camera attached to it?
There's a camera inside attached to it. Not easy to replace, so we left it alone.
Do you know if that camera was working when you went out there?
It was working when I went out there, and it was working when we left.
The camera in the bottom left that you just pointed to, there's an icon with a right triangle. If I may mark this People's 131, it's entitled Surveillance Camera on the Side of the House.
Very good.
Is that the camera?
Yes, that's what it seems like. That is
Okay.
correct.
So that's on the side of the house then?
Side of the house, exactly.
Okay, and then there's a photograph on the upper right. Was that the camera you ended up installing? Or
Yes, that's the camera that I used. That is correct.
But when you're out there looking, you're looking at old cameras that you end up replacing at some point.
That is correct.
Did you keep them in the same location as they were when you replaced them? Did you keep them in the same location?
Usually I do, and I believe in this case we did also, yes.
Okay. Back to the aerial 130. What's the next camera?
So we did 3 cameras for her. So that's 1. This is number 2, looking at the driveway, straight at the entrance. And this is number 3, which is the side or the back, I should say.
One moment. On the camera looking right at the entrance, it's the right side lower icon. When they mark as People's 132, surveillance camera facing the driveway.
All right.
So you pull straight into the driveway. Is that the camera that would show somebody walking straight into the driveway?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And then the third camera, which would be, there's a rectangular box, and to the left of that, there's an icon. Which camera is that?
So I believe, because I did 3 cameras replacement, 1, 2, and the top right, I did this camera.
Okay, the top right one you replaced. Let me mark this 133, surveillance camera in your master bedroom photograph.
Very good.
133, is that the camera?
Yes,
And that's in the back of the house.
that is correct.
And that came off the back bedroom.
Yes.
Do you know if that viewpoint covered the patio area? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Patio area is the one that we see in the picture, right here, this area.
Okay. I'll show you that in a moment. Do you
Sure.
remember a covered patio in the back?
I don't recall
Okay,
100%.
I'll show you that in a moment. When I say patio, there's like a gazebo kind of with an awning.
I don't recall it.
Okay. And where was the fourth camera
Okay, so this camera right here is the one we added. Because we replaced 3, added 1, and didn't touch the intercom camera, and that total count is 5 cameras.
If I may, Marcus equals 134 photograph, 2 photographs entitled surveillance camera at front door.
All right.
You added the camera that's depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
So there was no camera at the front door before you ever got there?
I believe so.
All right. So the whole time that you're looking at these cameras, is the defendant showing you those cameras?
Yes.
All right. So talk about you. During that time then, she made a phone call to who you believe was Fabio on the phone.
Yes.
And then what was that conversation about?
Basically to get clarity on what Mr. Fabio mentioned in the email, and also based on my recommendation, after I did the site visit. So pretty much going over the scope of work, what he wanted to do, looking to upgrade, be able to access remotely. And then I think we discussed the intercom camera either at that time or a little later. I told him I don't have a camera to replace it. It's very tiny camera, so we're going to focus on replacing 3 out of 4 cameras, I believe, at that time, and add 1 camera. So the total count will be 5 when we're done.
Okay, and you're adding the camera over the front door.
Out of the front door, that is correct.
Earlier I was asking about 133, which is off the back master bedroom, correct? Where there was a camera?
Yeah.
Giving you another view, Exhibit 9. Is that a photograph then of that back patio where that camera was?
Yes, I believe, and I believe, I may not remember this very correctly because I didn't do the whole installation myself. I had an installer with me.
Okay.
I remember the whole front very good, so I don't recall this 100%.
Okay, let me just ask you then a point of interest. Exhibit 8. Do you know if there was any cameras that you're aware of that covered this back? This is what I meant by patio. It's more like a gazebo. Do you know if there was any cameras that actually covered that area that you were aware of?
I don't recall it.
Okay. You didn't install any cameras back there?
Yes, I didn't, and I had an installer helping me. So if I did personally installation, then I would remember every single location.
Okay, but that's fine. All right. So what happened after that? Then how long were you there?
I believe between me and my installer, we were there for like half a day.
And the entire time you were with the defendant?
No, usually when I do a site visit, the first time, right? First time when I do a site visit, I spend all the time with the client. It could take 15, 20, 30 minutes. Second time when I go and do the installation, I usually, once I get from the client whatever I need, access and all that, I like to work by myself or with my guy, So I think the second time we had little interaction.
Okay. You left at some point, obviously. Did you leave with your installer?
I don't recall it. I think I did, but I don't recall it.
And then what's the next thing you do procedurally?
So before I leave, what I usually do is get the system on the internet. And I don't think the previous system was online. And that was one of the, it wasn't on the internet. That means you cannot access it remotely.
Okay, well, wait. Let me back you up. We're
Sure.
talking about, we're still at the walking around, look at the cameras.
Oh, initial visit?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Did you end up then sending a proposal to both the defendant and
Fabio. Yes.
Okay. Let me mark this equals 135. It's a 16-page document of emails including a proposal.
Very good.
So that same day then, Wednesday, June 22nd, 2016 at 1:04, do you recall sending this email then to sementilli.f@pg.com and again, kalmati-mo@hotmail.com?
Yes.
Okay. And that was to your knowledge, Fabio and Monica?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you include here? You mentioned a proposal.
So this is basically an estimate that we sent to replace the DVR, replace 3 cameras, replace or upgrade, and add an additional camera and replace or add a kitchen monitor or TV.
And does that come with a new DVR box?
It definitely comes with a new DVR box, yes.
Turning to page 2, is that your proposal?
Yes.
And your proposal total was $1,798.50.
That is correct.
Now there's some language in here in your proposal. One of them says you can do almost anything, everything on your phone, like watch live recording, save live or recorded image and video, send image or video. What does that mean?
So basically it means is once you get the system on the internet, you can view the cameras simultaneously, multiple channels, 4, 5, you can see the whole house in one's view, up to 16 cameras.
So if you were, well, we'll get into how you do that, but if you were to log on your phone, is it through an app?
It is through an app.
Great. You can pull up multiple cameras at once?
You can pull up multiple cameras at once.
So if the Sementillis had 5, could they watch all 5 cameras from their phone, assuming they have the app at one time?
Yes.
Okay. When you were out there for the first walkthrough, did you talk about this remote access with the defendant?
Absolutely.
And what did you tell her?
That you'll be able to access the cameras on the phone, PC, Mac. That's why we put that, a detailed description, because this is one of the reasons people upgrade their equipment. Most people who upgrade their equipment, they cannot view their cameras remotely because of limitations on older systems.
Was this an older system that you were upgrading that didn't have that capability?
I believe so, and it wasn't connected either to the network, so I did that myself.
Okay. So the previous camera system, you weren't able to view it on a phone as far as you knew?
That is correct.
All right. So you sent the proposal. The next day then, zooming in here, which is Thursday, the very next day, did you receive this email then back from the defendant, Monica Sementilli?
That is correct.
And was that the go-ahead that you were going to go ahead and do this installation?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
And that's page 4. On page 5, is that you just confirming that it's approved?
Yes, just to reconfirm.
Okay, now at this point, according to the email, you're only communicating with the defendant. Fabio is not on these emails anymore. Is there any reason why?
Not sure. Yeah, seems like this is that was the first email where she took over.
Okay. And by the way, you never met Fabio, ever?
I've never met Fabio, no.
Okay. Page 7, again, here's again, the same day, Thursday, the day after you sent the proposal, that's the defendant telling you, yes, we want to proceed.
That is correct.
Okay, and again, no conversations with Fabio about this?
No.
All right, so you go out for the installation, and do you set up the installation?
Yes.
When did you set it up for, if you recall?
I don't recall the exact date. I don't know, it was June 23rd or...
Okay, so if you started the communication on the 19th, you went out for the estimate and emailed the proposal on the 23rd, then does 27th sound right, a few days later?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. At that point, then, what's the process for going out for the installation?
So we set up a time, like how early I can start the installation. And I believe with her case, probably either my availability or her availability, we started close to like 8 o'clock. And what I like to do is when I show up in the morning, I like to go over one more time with the client just to make sure we're all on the same page, so there's no changes. So I take like 10-15 minutes of the client's time, like, hey, this is what we're going to do, this is what we're going to do, because we're going from estimate to the execution. So I just want to make sure there's no changes from the time we spoke last. Okay. Sometimes people want to make changes or relocate the camera, so I want to know ahead of time before I start the job.
Okay, And I misspoke. You actually went out there on the 28th. Does that sound right?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you at some point start communicating with the defendant on text messaging?
I did, yes.
My name Marcus Peoples 136, a 2-page document with text messages between Monica-Woodland Hills is the title. Okay. So, do you recognize this conversation of text messages between you and the defendant?
Yes.
So on June 27th, is that you confirming see you tomorrow morning?
That is correct.
And is that for the installation?
That's for the installation, yes.
Okay, so then that morning, June 28th, the defendant's texting you, are you on your way, and you're confirming approximately 7:55?
That is correct.
Okay. Then you text, I need access to your PC, please, to set up remote access. What is that?
Basically, this is so my tech can log into her computer and do port forwarding so that she can watch the cameras on her phone.
Did she ultimately give that to you?
I believe she did.
Okay. And then at 10:32, I don't know if this is before or after, but can I pay with credit card? What is that about?
I think there was something about payment, like I like to collect half up front, and I believe she said there was something about payment, and then she said that, well, can I just pay you full? And then she wanted to pay by credit card, and I told her that's fine, but we'll have to take off the discount that we usually apply to check, you know.
Okay. All right, so you got the location, and who did you go with?
One of my installer, I don't recall the installer name.
And then what did you do when you got there?
Basically, what I usually like to do is when I get to the site, I look at the cameras, see if anything has changed from the last time I was there. Sometimes I take pictures. Most of the time I take a picture so I know where I'm starting at. So if I'm going to be working on 4 cameras or 5, I know where I started, so I'm not missing anything. So we're not troubleshooting something that wasn't part of the job or scope of work. Then I usually want to get in to set up the remote access, get the system online. That was my goal. And I believe I probably showed up before my installer did. So I'll get the system online, get it up and running. I'll swap the DVR, the main recorder. Once I swap the DVR and I get it online, I have access on my phone. Then my tech can go and replace cameras, and I will be able to help him adjust the cameras.
Okay, so you got there first from what you remember.
I believe so.
When you got there, did you meet the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, and again, was she the only one that you saw there?
Yes.
Did you explain to her what you were going to do?
Yes.
Did you have another conversation about her being able to remotely access the cameras once they were installed?
I believe that was part of the whole conversation from the get-go, from Fabio, from her, that yes, absolutely, that's a must.
Okay, that's a must.
That's a must.
Okay, so when you said you got online, what did you do specifically? I know we're getting a little techie, but what did you do?
No worries. So basically, first I got to figure out a way to get the system on the internet, and for that I need hardwired cable, network cable. So if it's not close by, so what I do sometimes is either I will do a Wi-Fi network adapter. Basically, I will make my DVR like Wi-Fi capable. Usually DVRs are not Wi-Fi capable. So I'll make a Wi-Fi capable, or I will use network adapters that run internet cable network connection over the power of the house. So I don't recall which technology I used for her, but that's what I did initially when I got there, start setting up the system to get the system online.
Okay, so the actual box that was in the garage, the DVR box, did you bring in a new box and take out the old box?
Yes.
That DVR box, is it iCloud based, meaning if the box is taken and disappears, does it store things up in the iCloud like the technology we have today with our cell phones?
Good question. So most of the DVRs are somewhat capable of doing it. We don't do it. I only have one client that I'm doing it for, and they're paying for it. So I think 90+% of the clients don't do it for the cost. But are they capable? In one way or another, they are somewhat capable, but not like your phone, iPhone, no, not like that.
This DVR box, was it capable?
With very few limitations, not exactly.
So if the DVR box is taken, can you retrieve data from it? If it's taken out of the property, you don't know where it is, it's gone, can you retrieve data from it without the box?
No.
Okay, did you explain that to the defendant?
I don't recall it. To be honest, I don't recall if we had this conversation.
Okay. Did you have any conversation about iCloud or anything of that nature?
No, I don't recall it.
Okay. So when you, what if there's a power outage and the power goes out? What happens with the DVR box?
So as long as the power is out, the system doesn't record. And when the power comes back up, system comes back up automatically. Then it starts to record.
In simple terms for some of us, can you explain like how a DVR box connects to the internet or the ISP or the provider?
Sure. So in order to view the cameras, for example, on your phone or your computer, anywhere you are, iPhone, Android, you have to download an app, and the app is going to ask you some basic information. And that information we provide to client in a very easy to follow format, so we don't have to train every day each client. And then it's going to ask you, what do you want to name the location? You can call it whatever you want. Then it says, what is the address? And it's referring to the IP address, which is unique for every client. For example, my phone right now has an IP address. That's how I can be traced. Your phone will have an IP address, but it can change. So you put the IP address in there, and I get that IP address from when I go to her house. I use her computer. That's why we got in her computer, so we can get her information, IP address, and my guy can send the email to her with all the instructions.
So that's my question is, you help your customers at the house determine if they don't know what their IP address is.
Exactly.
And you need that IP address for the app?
You absolutely need that IP address for the app to be able to view the cameras from anywhere.
Okay. So if there's no internet at the house, is the DVR box going to work?
Yes.
How is it going to work?
So the DVR is a standalone box. The cameras are connected, hardwired behind it. It doesn't require internet. But for you to view the cameras remotely, you must have internet.
Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back here. Mr. Sementilli, the defendant is present. All counsel present, jury, and alternates are present. Mr. Khan, you're still under oath. You may continue.
Thank you. And just for a point of clarification, when I referred to Exhibit 7 earlier, it's a packet, so it was Exhibit 7, page 20. And when I referred to Exhibit 9, it was page 8. Mr. Conley, we were just talking about the IP address. You were able to determine then the IP address at the Sementilli residence.
That is correct.
Now, during this, are you providing information to the defendant during this time?
Yes. Once I set up the remote access, once I obtained her IP address with the help of my remote tech who logged into her computer, we're able to get that information. I set up my own phone first, and then we're able to provide that information to her.
And that's while you're still there?
That is correct.
So you're having a conversation directly with the defendant then about how to remotely access and view the cameras from her phone?
That is correct.
Okay. When you said you logged in from your own phone, what did you do?
So I have the app set up already. I just add a additional location to my app.
So what app is that?
The app today is called DMSS. At that time, it was called iDMSS for iPhone, GDMSS for Android.
Ma'am, may I mark this People's Exhibit 137, 2 photographs which show the iDMSS Lite app?
Yes.
All right, just putting this up here for reference, is this what the app looks like if you were to go into either your iPhone on the left or your Android on the right and download it onto your phone?
Yes, this was the app we were using at that time.
Okay, and that time, has it changed since 2017?
Yes, app changes, 6 months, a year, name can change, but this is the app that we were using at that time.
Okay, so you already have the app. How were you able then, how can you log on and see the Sementilli live feed of the videos?
Okay, so what I'll do is, for example, I'll add a new account, a new device, for example. I'll put, for the name, I'll put in the client's name, for example, for my reference. I'll put in her IP address, or Sementilli's family's home IP address, and the username and the password. For myself, I would use an admin account that I usually don't share with the clients unless unless it's a house and the cameras are inside the house.
So were you able then at the scene or at the location that day, did you test it with your phone, your app, you used the IP address at the Sementilli residence, and you were able to test it and view that all the cameras were working?
That is correct.
Okay. Now we talked about that 5th camera that you did not install at the entryway intercom box. Was that wired into something that they would be able to view from the phone as well?
That is correct. So that is the intercom. I don't recall where the intercom screen was inside, but I believe the feed was already going into the old DVR. So we took it out of the old DVR, plugged it into the new DVR. So that was one of our 5th camera.
So when you pull up the app on your phone with their IP address, you can see at one time 5 cameras.
That is correct.
Okay. That monitor that's in their kitchen then, does that show all 5 of those cameras as well?
That is correct.
And you replaced that monitor?
Yes.
So that was a brand new one?
It was a new one. That is correct.
Right. Did you show them before you left, did you show the defendant how to access it with your app and what you were doing?
Yes.
So you went through it on your phone with her?
That is correct. I usually do that. I don't recall if I did it with her specifically. One of the reasons I don't want to do that is because people get like all, they say, oh my God, you're watching my cameras on your phone. Are you going to be watching it while you leave? So sometimes I do it, but I necessarily won't pull up their home on my phone. I'll pull up like my home, and I'll show them how the app works. In case I'm not around while the cameras are up, I can connect her phone to her system without having the cameras connected, right? Because the system could be up to the internet, but no cameras connected.
So that was something was that something she told you she wanted, was to be able to remotely access these cameras from her phone when she's not at home?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you ever have that same conversation with Fabio?
Other than the request he had in the original email, no.
Okay, so you never talked about the logistics of the cameras and how to access it with Fabio?
No.
So after that first interaction, when you got the email and she put him on speaker when you went out for an estimate, did you ever really communicate with him again?
I don't think so.
Okay. Was your point person then, or your person that you communicated with the defendant?
Seems like, yes, that's what it seemed like. Once I sent the estimate, the approval came from her.
Okay.
That was it from there, then on.
All right. So then after you leave, what happens after all the equipment's set up, you've tested it, it's working on your phone, then what's the protocol? What happens next with the customer?
So my phone tech is supposed to do a follow-up with the client, send the welcome email. We call it a welcome email. It's the instructions that basically tell her what app to download, that information, and he's supposed to do a follow-up to make sure that if they have any questions regarding the instructions.
Okay. And if I may mark as 138, 3 pages email from tech support at cctvfirst.com to kalmati-mo@hotmail.com.
All right.
All right. Putting this email up here, then this is the same day, Tuesday, June 28th, 10:37 a.m. From the tech support. Who is tech support within your company?
At that time, it was a gentleman by the name of Nasir that worked with me.
And is this a standard email that goes out to all of your customers?
That is correct.
But this specific email went to the defendant, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then can you explain what information you're providing to her?
Basically, it's telling the client that how many ways you can access the cameras remotely, giving them instructions on Internet Explorer, Firefox, if they decide to go that route, giving them a username, password, the unique IP address, and then plugins they may need for Mac and Windows.
Okay. On page 2, and I was showing you page 1, or page 2, is there more, same thing here, specific instructions for an iPhone?
Yeah, so this one is, as simple as we can, instructions for the iPhone. For anybody who has never done it before too, it tells you download and install the IDMSS Lite or GDMSS Lite from App Store. So whatever they type in, based on their phone, the app will pop up if it's I or G. Then it tells them exactly step by step what to do to set up the app with no supervision, no involvement from us, hopefully.
And is this the same information that you already verbally gone over?
Yes.
At the house?
That is correct.
Did you get a text from the defendant regarding setting up the system?
I believe she has sent a text like in the afternoon.
136, which is early March, page 2, at June 28, 2016 at 1:30 p.m. Is that a text from the defendant to you saying, I can't connect with my iPhone, went to support page, but are asking for name and support key?
That is correct.
And then is that you who answered, I will help you shortly?
Yes.
What did you do?
I believe what I usually would do is I will take the message and forward to my the person who was supporting her, the tech support person, and he would basically just call her and walk her through it.
All right. If I may mark this people's 139 3-page email correspondence, again from First Digital Surveillance, to the defendant. Let me mark that. Okay. This email then, same time frame, June 28th, 2:19 p.m. So that would be shortly thereafter. Is that you asking someone to help the defendant? Nasir, please assist Monica with remote access today.
That is correct. So I'm just basically telling my tech to assist her.
And then at 12:50 p.m., did that same email go back out once again explaining how to download the app for her?
Yes.
Okay. And again with the instructions, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So then your correspondence, again, 136, page 2. She answers, I got it, thanks. And then you responded, please let me know if you need questions. Did she ever follow up and say, I can't access it anymore, I'm having problems, anything like that?
I don't recall 100% what happened after that because I think she said, I got it, thanks. I'm not sure exactly if she meant like she was able to access it. So I just asked her if she has any questions, let us know.
Okay.
And I had already told the guy in my office to follow up. So I think one of the reasons I may have asked her that question, are you home, is because sometimes when people are home, they're using the home Wi-Fi. They're behind the same IP address as the camera system is. Sometimes you cannot watch your cameras when you're at home.
Okay.
If your Wi-Fi is turned on. Simply put. So you can just turn off your Wi-Fi. For example, you could be anywhere in the world, you can watch your cameras. So I think I may have, that's what I was asking her if she was home. I didn't get a response, I believe, and then I just left it alone.
Okay, so that was the end of the communication.
That is correct.
Okay. She never followed back up any more questions about
Not that I could recall.
accessing. Now, just a few more questions as far as the DVR box, the actual box. Explain again, is there any storage that's on the box when it's plugged in?
So the DVR has a hard drive, just like a computer. And the hard drive size dictates how long the system will record. We do record on motion only versus recording all the time. So the system can hold generally about 30 plus days.
Okay, but you need the box to get that data.
Absolutely, you need the box. The DVR box has a hard drive inside. So you need both, that DVR and the hard drive inside.
So if the box is stolen, removed, unplugged, or broken, you can potentially lose all of the recordings.
Absolutely.
Okay. In this case, were you ever provided that original DVR box to try to retrieve any data from it? Meaning, did you ever get it back after this?
No.
Okay. One moment. And then these cameras that you upgraded, were they? What was different about the old cameras versus the new cameras?
Resolution, clarity, night vision. So much better. Visibility.
And when you say motion sensor, just briefly explain what
Sure.
that means.
So most DVRs are capable of doing it to some extent, even like 10 years old or older systems. But what we want to do is we want to record only motion detection. If there is any motion at all, we want to record that. So the motion could be a tree moving,
Okay.
a car driving by the street, not even coming to your place. That will trigger a motion.
Okay.
So when you do a playback, you will see only activity.
All right. So if you want to view it, you can be away from your residence. Does it matter how far you are to be able to view what you're watching at your residence on the videos?
No, all you need is internet at home and internet wherever you are.
And are you always then using your home IP address?
Yes, you are.
Is there a way to tell if someone's at a different location if they're viewing the video? Like basically, if someone's not at the location, they're down the street, is there a way to go back and look at if that person was actually viewing the video?
There's two ways I think you can tell. The simplest way is if you have the DVR, you can see the log live, or you can do the history search.
So the box would have a history if someone logged in and viewed it, but you need the box.
You need the box.
Okay. What's the other way?
The other way is data spike. So let's say if you're watching Netflix or anything online, you're downloading the data from YouTube and all that stuff. So it's all downloaded. When you're watching cameras, it's the other way around. The data is uploaded. So you will have a spike on your upload.
Okay, and how can you tell where that spike is? Where do those records come from?
The internet provider, most likely. You can check with the internet provider.
And in your experience, the internet provider, they maintain records that will show things such as data spikes?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay, that's your understanding.
Yeah, that's my understanding. I'm not sure about that.
Did you meet with detectives then in July 20th of 2017 and initially go over this case? They asked you questions?
I believe so, yes.
So when they first met with you, again, we're talking July 20th of 2017, do you recall them asking you questions specifically about the Sementilli residence?
Yes.
Did you have to go back after that initial meeting and refresh your memory and look through emails and things of that
yes,
nature?
Yes, absolutely, I did.
Okay. And did you talk to them about these data spikes and ways that you could tell if you didn't have the DVR box?
I believe we did talk about that, yes.
Did you subsequently then get called to testify at a grand jury then the following month in August of 2017?
I believe I did.
Hold on a moment. Let me ask you this. If you were to, you provide a password and an ID, right? You have a username and a password to the customers.
Right.
Okay. Is that the same one that you send to every customer?
Yes.
So what I'm saying is originally you sent instructions how to log on, correct?
Yes.
And then do you provide them with any instruction how to change that password if they want to?
I don't provide them instructions on how to change the password necessarily, but the format that I use is the same for all the customers.
So what if someone were to get that email and say, this is how you need to download IDMSS, this is your username, this is your password, and this is your IP address. What if someone were to get that email and forwarded it to a family member or a friend or somebody else? Can that person now follow those same instructions and log on to the Sementilli IP address and access those videos?
Absolutely. I think the way we write the instructions, even if you're not tech savvy at all, and that's why we write the instructions. Within 5 minutes, you can be viewing the cameras from anywhere.
Okay, so also while you're out and about, and we talked about the data spike, can you be on other apps while you're watching those videos? Let's say
Yes.
you're out somewhere and you want to look at your home surveillance. Can you have other apps? Let's start with, can other apps be open?
Absolutely.
Can you be on like YouTube and be watching your videos from
Absolutely,
surveillance?
you can.
How does that work?
So I myself normally, sometimes I forget to close the app, and then I get a warning like you've been using the data in the background. So I would sometimes have the cameras on, and I would go to WhatsApp myself, or if I want to go to YouTube, and I'll leave the apps on sometime myself, and it works simultaneously at the same time.
So there's no limit as far as you know?
As far as I know, no.
So, for example, you can have a YouTube open, a website open, your live streaming videos are open.
Right.
And what does live streaming mean?
Live streaming basically is a continuous feed of the cameras. You may have a hiccup of you may have like 1 to 3 seconds delay, depending on your internet speed at home and where you are. Other than that, it's just a live stream, continuous feed.
And when you testified before, live streaming then uses a lot of data, which causes those data spikes?
It can use, absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Defense may cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Khan.
Hey, how you doing?
So First Digital Surveillance, that's your company, correct?
That is correct.
Indeed, I think that's the company that's on the T-shirt you're wearing,
Yes.
right? And you said that installs and integrates security cameras at people's homes, is that fair to say?
Residential, mostly commercial.
Okay, but residential as well.
That is correct.
And you started your company in 2007, you said?
I believe so, yes.
So in 2016, it was 2016 you did this install, wasn't it?
That is correct.
In the middle of the year in June, correct?
That is correct.
So in 2016 you've been operating for 9 years, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And how often would you say you did installations? Was it sort of once a week? What would you say at that time?
5 days a week, 5 to 6 days a week.
So a lot of installations.
Absolutely.
All right. And that's obviously many, many a year. So from your experience, this installation you did for the Sementillis, it was nothing out of the ordinary what they were asking for, is that right?
That is correct.
And someone requesting remote access, is that a common thing people ask for?
It is a
popular thing?
It's common and popular. That is
so again, someone requesting that, it's nothing unusual out of the ordinary, right?
It's not unusual.
All right. I just want to ask a little bit about the setup, but let's start with how the setup came to be. So as you've confirmed, it was Fabio Sementilli who reached out to you first, correct?
That is correct.
In that email we saw, right?
Yes.
And Monica was not part of that email, right?
She was.
She was copied on it, but
she was copied on it, yes.
Communicating on it, right?
Not communicating directly at that point.
Okay, and then there was some back and forth emails deciding the time and telling you the location, correct?
Yes, from Fabio.
And that's all from Fabio, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said you had a phone call with Fabio, right?
I don't recall if I had a phone call with him before I went out there, but we definitely had a phone call, I believe, when we were at the premises.
So you had a phone call at some point. It was either before you went to the premises or during while you were at the premises.
I don't recall if I had one before I went to the premises. I usually do. I usually want to talk to people before I go out and invest my time because it's a free estimate. He came across from his email. He came across pretty serious and he wanted to get it done. You get this vibe sometime. So I don't recall if I talked to him over the phone, whether it was Sunday or Monday.
You definitely spoke to him over the phone about
I spoke to him over the phone, definitely at the house with her.
And as part of that, he was talking about exactly what he wanted.
Exactly.
And he was saying things like, I want a new camera above the front door, right?
Exactly.
And he was saying, I want remote access. He was saying that.
That was in his email too, and I'm sure that's what we discussed. That is correct.
Okay, so you're sure that you discussed with him, Fabio, asking about remote access?
I don't recall it, to be honest. It was in his email, so it was clear that that's what the outcome needs to be.
Okay. Let's talk just briefly about the actual cameras you had set up. If I could look at People's Exhibit 130. Showing you People's Exhibit 130. You see this?
Yes.
And these are the cameras that you were working on, correct?
That is correct.
And you replaced 3 of them, is that right?
Yes.
And then you installed a new one?
Yes.
And the new one, as I understand what we testified to earlier, is the one right in the middle here, correct?
That is correct.
And then these are the 3 you replaced, correct?
Yes.
These are obviously all external cameras, right?
That is correct.
No internal cameras you worked on?
No internal cameras that I can recall.
And just to clarify, these are fixed cameras, they're not movable, right? They don't move themselves.
That is correct.
And you can't move them, they just have a fixed point of view.
They're
right?
fixed point of view, yes.
You talked about an intercom camera, right?
Yes.
And that's not shown on this.
That is correct.
I just wanted to be clear, so this obviously happened 9 years ago, right? You did this installation.
That is correct.
It's right though, isn't it? Just to clarify that actually the intercom camera was a separate system, wasn't it?
I believe the intercom camera, because it is an intercom, so it doesn't make sense to have an intercom outside and no receiver inside. I don't recall where the receiver was, but the output of that camera was also coming to the previous DVR.
Okay. Do you recall that when you set up this system with the monitor showed 4 cameras? It didn't show the intercom, that was separate. Do you remember that?
When I set up, I believe it's correct to say that the original system had 4 cameras. I don't remember what the capability of the original system was, a 4-channel or not. Channel means like how many cameras you can add. But when I finished the job, I had 5 cameras on it, including the intercom.
All right, well, you remember you said you testified at the grand jury, correct? That was back in August 2017, right?
Yes.
And that would have been just over a year after all this took place.
Right.
Obviously now with a lot longer, with 9 years after this took place, correct?
Right.
Do you remember being asked about how many cameras you installed, at the grand jury?
I believe they did, yes.
And do you remember being asked if it was a total of 4 cameras on the system? And you said, yes, that sounds correct.
I believe so, that is correct.
Okay, so actually, thinking back now, me telling you that, from your grand jury testimony, the system you set up, it was actually a total of 4 cameras, not 5.
I think I've seen the pictures now, and it has 5 cameras on it. I looked at my records, and it has 5 cameras on it. Before, I was going by my memory. So I've looked at the client information, and it had 5 cameras on it total, including the intercom camera, which we did not touch.
Sorry, just one moment. Scott, what pictures are those that you're talking about?
Most of the time, we would take a picture from when we do the job before and after. We take pictures.
All right.
So,
we don't have those here today, do we?
I don't have those pictures right now. No.
Okay. Sorry, just one moment. All right. Just some technical questions, though. You were saying how it needs to connect to the home IP address. It
Yes.
absolutely has to in order to view video, correct?
Yes,
So there's no connection to the home IP address. You can't live stream video from your phone, right?
that is correct.
And that's because it has to connect to the DVR, which is then connected to the security cameras.
That is correct.
And obviously, if the DVR is taken, there's absolutely no way to view the security cameras.
If the DVR is taken, then you cannot access it. That is correct.
Looking at this picture back again, so this camera here, it has a cone that shows the field of view, correct?
Yes.
So this would capture, I think we saw another prosecution photo, this would capture this area here, correct?
That is correct.
But there's no cameras that you install that you know of that capture this back patio area.
Objection. Can we just describe what this area was?
Sure, I think it's described by the people as the side patio, which is next to the master bedroom. And there's another photo that I'll put up.
No, just for the record.
Oh, okay. So to be clear, I was describing the top corner camera and saying that it captures the side patio, which is by the master bedroom. Is that your understanding?
That is correct.
And then the other patio area I refer to as the back patio to the left of the house. You are not aware of any cameras you installed or in existence that capture this?
Yes, I don't recall that.
I think you also said that when you were there, installing the cameras, you were with Monica Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
And you said you don't have any recollection of speaking to her about iCloud or anything like that.
I don't recall that, yes.
Now, you talked about how you had some certain text with Monica Sementilli throughout the process, correct?
Say that question again.
You had some text communication with Monica Sementilli.
Yes,
throughout
text
the process.
communication, yes.
Can you just have one time, please?
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
But it's true that there were communications that were also sent to Fabio Sementilli, like the proposal, for example.
Yes,
Okay, so the proposal was sent to Fabio, correct?
that is correct.
And it was addressed to him, correct?
Yes,
And the invoice that was also sent to Fabio, correct?
Yes.
And that was addressed to him again, Fabio Sementilli, right?
Yes, I don't recall if we had CC'd Monica on every conversation. Seems like she was CC'd from the beginning, from Fabio. We may have continued that trend.
All right. But regardless of what it could be CC'd, these things, the proposal and the invoice were sent to Fabio Sementilli, with him named them.
Yes.
And you were shown a document which was the instructions being sent to Monica Sementilli. Remember that?
Yes.
It's also true, isn't it, though, that the instructions were also sent to Fabio, weren't they?
I believe they were both CC'd on it.
Right.
They were sent to both.
And then in your later email, there was a later email where you were showing where you contacted your tech support guy, I think that's it. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Fabio's also CC'd on that, isn't it?
Yes.
So there were multiple communications with Fabio throughout this process, correct?
Email communication, yes.
Yes. Multiple email communications. There was him initiating contact, right?
Yes.
Him having a back and forth with you.
Yes.
And at that point in time, you didn't know who Monica Sementilli was, did you?
Say that one more time.
When you had the first initial email communication with Fabio Sementilli, you remember that?
Yes.
And then you had a few more emails after, which were just clarifying the time and the address.
Yes.
At that point, you never met Monica Sementilli, had you?
No.
And you didn't know who she was at that point? Right?
That is correct.
And then, obviously, you send the proposal and the invoice and the instructions to Fabio.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to go back just briefly. You talked about looking at photos which seem to confirm something about the intercom camera, correct? Right?
Yes.
Do you still have these photos?
I don't recall it at this point if we have it. I usually have this information in our computers.
Were they ever provided to the police?
I don't recall it.
I just wanted to ask you just another technical question. In relation to the IDMSS app. So you spoke about how you can have it on your phone.
Yes.
And it can run in the background, right? That's what
Yes.
you were saying.
Yes.
So you can switch to another app,
Right.
such as WhatsApp or YouTube, correct?
Right.
And then the IDMSS is running still in the background.
That is correct.
And it could still be using data if it's running in the background, correct?
It can still be running the data. That is correct.
Right. Even if you're not actually looking at the app.
That is correct.
Okay. And another thing, I just wanted to clarify. The iPhone doesn't have a split screen function, does it?
Not that I know of. Between multiple apps?
Right, you can't look at them
Two
on
apps.
the same screen at the same exact time, can you?
I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. So, when you talk about doing things simultaneously, I just want to make this clear, is what you mean that you can have the IDMSS open, and you're looking at the home surveillance cameras, for example, but then if you want to look at YouTube, you have to minimize it and then go to YouTube, is that right?
Yes.
So you can't actually look at them both at exactly the same time.
That is correct.
You have to minimize one and then you switch over to another, correct?
That is correct.
And that's the same if you wanted to text message, for example.
Yes.
You couldn't actually text message at exactly the same time that you're viewing the cameras. You'd have to switch over to the text message app.
That is correct.
Okay. And the same with WhatsApp or another communication app. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Sorry, just one moment. No further questions.
Anything further by the people?
Just quickly,
email you got from Fabio.
The first email, yes.
Right. He never asked for remote access.
I think it was my misunderstanding.
Did he ever ask for remote access?
Actually, it was my misunderstanding. I apologize. Apparently not.
Okay. And in fact, after this first email, did Fabio respond to any of the emails?
If he responded to any of the emails?
Yeah, we went through all the emails.
Yes.
Did you see Fabio responding to anything after you first set up the date of the installation, or the date of the estimate?
No, that was interesting actually. Up to the point the estimate was provided, even the approval did not come from him.
Who approved it?
Monica.
Okay. And then 138, again, the surveillance, when the instructions were sent, they were sent just to the defendant on how to download that app.
Yes, so
And get
that
remote
was
access.
my misunderstanding again. It was just sent to Monica, and the CC was supposed to be me, but it was just misspelled.
Okay. To be fair, you did ask after that for Nasir to help. And when you did that, you put, looks like did you put Fabio on the email then?
Yeah.
But did he ask you to do that, or did you just add him onto it?
Apparently, I just added on to it because to me he was the main contact.
Okay. Well, when you say main contact, he's the first contact.
He was the first contact. I apologize.
But did you ever then, after that first email exchange, when you talked to him when you went to the estimate on speaker, did you ever talk to him again?
Not that I can think of. No.
Okay. And the same thing with 135, the proposal. I know defense asked me if you sent it to Fabio, but in fact, you have Monica on the proposal as well, correct?
Yes.
Up here, the calamati-mo@hotmail.com.
Yes.
So you included both of them in the proposal when you attached it.
That is correct.
Same with the invoice?
Same with the invoice. Yes.
Both of them were included in the invoice.
That is correct.
When you sent it to him. Those cameras, we talked about being able to move them. When you installed the new ones, did you put them in the same place as the old ones?
I believe it did.
So they were fixed, meaning what? You can't remotely move them, right?
That is correct.
But can you get up and actually physically change the angle of the cameras if you so chose?
You can.
Okay. And then as far as the defendant or anyone being able to stream and look at that, when the defendant downloaded that app, would she be able to do something such as record? Can you watch the video and record what you're looking at on the video screen?
You absolutely can.
But to get that recording, again, do you need the DVR box?
So, just to make sure I understand correctly, so let's say if I'm viewing something, one specific channel, for example, I can record that on my phone, and then I don't need the DVR box anymore.
Right. It's on your phone.
It's on my phone now.
Yes. Okay. Also, from your phone, can you go in and change the angle of the cameras?
No.
Okay, so they're fixed, but you can manually change the angles.
You can manually change them.
Okay.
Physically.
Can you be on, if you know this, can you be on like a WhatsApp or a messaging app simultaneous, again, to having your live feed up watching your cameras?
So just to clarify, make sure I don't say it incorrectly, you can have the app running, and then you can switch over to WhatsApp and then come back again to the app.
Okay. So
Without
you go
having
back.
without having to close it, relaunch and all that.
And then this app, this IDMSS app, is it complicated to download?
No, just very simple.
No more questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Just to clarify, Mr. Kine, you were shown an email that sent the instructions just to Monica. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember that there was then an email sent a little bit later on the same day that sent instructions to both Monica and Fabio?
Yes.
Just to show you, Your Honor, I have my own defence packet of correspondence with First Digital MAPT marked Exhibit 611, Defence Exhibit 611.
Yes.
It is 12 pages. Showing you, Mr. Khan, Defence Exhibit 611, page 9. This is the sort of mystery that hasn't been mentioned yet, that is 12:50 p.m. the same day. These are the instructions, correct?
That is correct.
And this is sent to both Monica and Fabio, right?
Yes.
Okay. You send the proposal before you go to the site, correct? You send a proposal for what you're offering.
After I close.
After you said, okay, that's fine. And as part of that proposal, it talks about having remote access, correct?
Yes.
And so it was part of this installation that you were doing that remote access would be offered, right?
That is correct.
And as you said, that is a common and popular thing that is asked for.
It is.
Right, thank you very much. No further questions.
Anything further by other people?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. You're excused.
Thank you.
People may call the next witness.
We have another one this morning, right?
That's called the tap dance. I did it a lot when I was a lawyer. Anyway, we'll take our lunch recess now until 1:30. The admission applies not to discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else or former express any opinions on the cause. This fine submitted to you. Have a good lunch. See you at 1:30. Present, all counsel present, jury, and also present. Good afternoon. Let me make sure jury and also present. Yeah, okay. I'm telling you, one of these days. You may call the next witness.
Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Thank you. Please have a seat and stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Andy Chang, ANDYCHANG.
Thank you. Sir, can you tell us how it is that you're employed?
I am a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department.
And how many years have you been so employed?
Approximately 18 years.
Okay. And where are you assigned currently?
I'm currently assigned to Risk Management Legal Affairs Division.
Okay. And previously, between 2014 and 2017, do you recall where you were assigned then?
I was working the Gang and Narcotics Division.
What is the Gang and Narcotics Division?
It's a division where we mainly focus on gang crimes and narcotics crimes.
Okay. Is it also a unit that handles surveillance?
Our specific unit, yes. We were the gang field unit, and we assisted homicide detectives with either surveillance or apprehension of people at interest for the homicide case.
Okay. And that would include gang members and non-gang members?
Correct.
In various homicides, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what type of surveillance operations did Gangs and Narcotics Division run back when you were there between 2014 and 2017?
For surveillance, we have plainclothes surveillance and undercover surveillance. Plainclothes being you still identify yourselves as police officers with either police raid jackets or some type of police insignia on yourself to identify yourself as a police officer. And the undercover surveillance would be without any insignia of police at all. You're not identifying yourself as a police officer. You are acting like a normal citizen, conducting surveillance on whoever the target is.
All right. I want to direct your attention back to February 21st of 2017. Were you called out to be a part of a undercover operation by your supervisor at the time?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was a Detective Richard Jaramillo.
Okay. And approximately how many individuals were involved on February 21st in this undercover operation?
It was 5 officers and detectives in total.
Okay. And in addition to you, your supervisor Jaramillo, did it also include Joe Anaya?
Yes.
Okay. And on that particular day, were you partnered up or were you all in separate vehicles?
We were all in individual vehicles.
Okay. Were those unmarked vehicles?
They were unmarked vehicles.
Okay. And can you tell us, when you're working a surveillance operation, how does an active or fluid surveillance operation work? Generally. Not specifically, just generally.
I'm sorry, a fluid operation?
Yes.
So a fluid surveillance operation would be, there would be a target that's at interest, at our interest, and we want to make sure that we keep an eye on that target. So generally there would be one of the 5 officers who have physical eyes on the target, while the other 4 officers assist with the movements of the target. So if the movement goes northbound, instead of following it, we pass that point off to the person that's on the north point or the west point or the south point or the east point, wherever the direction of the target goes. We are able to maintain surveillance on him at all times. That's a fluid surveillance operation.
Okay. And during this type of a fluid or active surveillance, are you in constant communication with the other individuals involved in the operation?
Yes. So the point officer will communicate via the radio to the other officers who do not have a visual on the target to let them know what the target is doing, which way the target is traveling. So we do maintain a constant radio communication with all the other members of the team.
Since you told us that this was an undercover operation, I'm assuming you were in plain clothes that day?
Yes.
And what did that entail, if you recall?
I had a button-down shirt, a pair of jeans, and I believe that was it, and some socks and shoes.
Okay. And were you advised that your task was to follow certain individuals on that particular date?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
It was Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker.
Okay. And were you, in terms of conducting this operation, advised that you were assisting LAPD homicide detectives Gene Parshall and Ryan Verna?
Yes.
And did you receive, as you do in every operation, a briefing prior to the operation?
Yes.
And did that include photographs of the target suspects?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a photograph of the defendant, if it could be marked as people's next in order.
140.
Thank you. Showing you Exhibit 140. Were you shown a photograph such as this
Yes.
of the defendant?
Yes.
And were you also shown a photograph such as what you see here in Exhibit 14 with respect to Target Baker?
Yes.
And what was your goal or task on this particular day in February?
On that particular day, our mission was to locate Mr. Baker and find out where his residence was.
Okay. Were you also provided not only with photographs of the two suspects, but also with photographs of their vehicles?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have an exhibit that contains photographs of a Ford F-150 registered to the defendant and Fabio Sementilli. Could it be marked as Exhibit 141?
Yes.
And I also have a photograph of Robert Baker's black Ford Expedition that it be marked as People's 142.
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you Exhibit 141, were you provided with photographs, information including license plates, as you see here in Exhibit 141 that was being utilized or owned by defendant Sementilli?
Yes.
Were you also provided with photographs as well as information and two different license plates regarding suspect Baker's vehicle, that being a Ford Expedition as seen as Exhibit 142?
Yes.
On that particular day, were you notified by your supervisor, Rich Jaramillo, that the suspects were in the Hollywood area?
Yes.
And prior to that date, had you placed a tracker on defendant Sementilli's, bless you, Ford F-150 as seen in Exhibit 141?
Yes.
Okay. And where was it that you placed the vehicle tracker on this vehicle?
It was at a car dealership in Thousand Oaks, I believe a few days prior to February 21st.
On February 16th?
Yes, February 16th.
At a Ford dealership, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And what does that tracker provide you with in terms of information?
The tracker provides detectives live location of the vehicle when the tracker is on.
Okay. So it gives you a live feed or a simultaneous feed as to location based on coordinates?
Yes.
Okay. Based on the vehicle tracker that you had placed on the defendant's Ford F-150 on February 16th, did you then make your way over to the Hollywood area?
Yes.
And where were you as you were looking for this particular vehicle that we see here in 141?
I was on Melrose Avenue looking for the Ford F-150 truck. being guided by my supervisor, Rich Jaramillo.
Okay. And did you, in fact, locate the vehicle?
Yes,
And when you located the vehicle, did you alert the other members of your team?
I did.
And can you tell us what you saw at that point in time?
I saw Mr. Baker driving the vehicle and Ms. Sementilli sitting in the front passenger seat. And we crossed paths, so I turned around and to follow the vehicle
And where did you follow the vehicle
to a bar called The Parlor on Melrose Avenue.
Is that a bar that's located at 7250 Melrose Avenue in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a series of 4 different photographs from the parlor bar. May they be marked collectively as People's 143?
Yes.
And there is numbers in the bottom left corner, numbers 5 through 8.
Very good.
Approximately what time at night was it when you saw Baker drive the defendant's vehicle up to the parlor bar?
It was around 8:50 p.m.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit 143 that has a red 5 in the bottom left corner. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
That is the parlor bar where Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker entered.
Okay. And did you see what they did, either of them, with the defendant's vehicle, the Ford F-150?
They gave it to the valet that was pretty much right in front of the establishment.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
I parked my vehicle and I made entry into the bar as well.
Showing you Exhibit 143 that has a 6 in the bottom left corner. Does this depict the interior of that location?
Yes.
And what did you see when you entered the location?
When I entered the location, I observed Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli seated on a like a 2-person booth. So I proceeded to take a seat just several tables over in that same bar area.
Okay. And at this point, given that you were inside of the location with the 2 targets, were you the point person?
I was.
Okay. And did you take any photographs while you were inside of the parlor bar that night?
I did.
Showing you what's been marked as People's 143, page 7. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And can you describe for us what we see?
Those are the 2 photos that I took of Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli seated in the booth.
And you, I assume, were seated near them in order to be able to capture these photographs inside the bar?
Yes.
And approximately how long were you inside of the vehicle? I'm sorry, inside the location. Thank you.
Approximately 30 minutes.
And can you describe what each of the individuals was wearing?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, Mr. Baker was wearing a black leather jacket and a pair of jeans, I believe with some black boots. And Ms. Sementilli was wearing a black evening dress skirt type. And yeah.
And did you notice any facial hair on Mr. Baker that night?
Yes, Mr. Baker had a goatee.
Okay. After the 30-minute time period, what was the next thing that you saw happen with respect to these 2 individuals that you were watching that night?
Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli proceeded to walk out of the bar, and they went to the valet stand to retrieve their car.
Okay. And what did you do?
I followed them out to just next to that valet stand.
Okay. And what did you note at that point in time?
While Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli were waiting for the car, they began kissing and making out in front of the establishment.
At the valet stand?
Yes.
Approximately how far away were you from the two of them at that point in time?
Maybe 2 feet, 3 feet max.
Showing you Exhibit 143, which has an 8 in the bottom left corner. Is this what you observed?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who took this picture?
My supervisor, Rich Jaramillo, took the picture from across the street from his vehicle.
And did you see the Ford F-150 being brought to the valet stand?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you observe?
I observed Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli get into the vehicle, and they left the parlor bar.
And at that point, when you say they left the parlor bar, did you then pass off point to somebody else?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was a Detective Joe Anaya.
At some point after that, based on the communications between your unit, did you go to another location?
Yes.
And where was that?
It was the Dime Dive Bar on Fairfax Avenue.
I have a photograph of the exterior of that location that is being marked as People's 144.
In May.
Showing you Exhibit 144. It has a 9 in the lower left corner. Is this the location on Fairfax that you drove to?
Yes.
When you arrived at the location, were the targets already inside?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. They were not within your eyesight?
They were not within my eyesight.
So what did you do?
I parked near an alley further away from the bar, just listening to my radio communication of what the team was doing.
Okay. Subsequently, did you receive communications that they left that location?
Yes.
And where did you go at that point?
The vehicle traveled westbound on the 10 freeway, then to the 405 north, and it had exited on Sepulveda Boulevard.
And is that where you went?
Yes.
And once you exited onto Sepulveda Boulevard, did you follow the vehicle, the Ford F-150, somewhere?
Yes, I had received communication that the vehicle had parked at a mobile gas station, and shortly after I arrived at the mobile gas station.
Okay. And that mobile gas station, was that on a corner?
Yes.
Of what two streets?
I believe it was Sepulveda and Saugus.
Your Honor, I have 3 photographs relevant to this particular mobile gas station at 4528 Sepulveda. May they be marked collectively as People's 145, and there's an 11 through 13 in the bottom left corners.
Very good.
When you got to the location, what did you see?
When I got to the location, I saw Miss Sementilli seated inside the truck, and she was crying and either talking to someone on the phone or attempting to talk to somebody on the phone.
Okay. And did you see Baker at that point?
He was not in the truck.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit 145 with an 11 in the bottom left corner. Is this the location that you responded to?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 145 with a 12 in the bottom left corner. Do these 2 photographs depict the location where you saw the Ford F-150 parked that night?
It's only in this second photo is where the truck was parked. The truck was parked right where the blue vehicle is. Right there, yes.
Okay. And what did you do at that point once you got to this mobile gas station on Sepulveda?
Once I arrived, I had eyes on Ms. Sementilli inside the truck, and I was told through radio communication that Mr. Baker had left the truck and that he was walking on foot on Sepulveda Boulevard, just back and forth, quite a few, not too far away, but enough distance where we wouldn't be able to keep eyes on them both. So what our team decided to do was we conducted a rolling surveillance. What a rolling surveillance is we keep switching point frequently back and forth between Ms. Sementilli target 1 and Mr. Baker target 2, so that they're not noticing that cars or people are following them in any way. So that we keep switching point. They have different vehicles that are passing by every time, so that they do not know that they're being surveyed at the time.
Okay. Well, approximately what time of night is it when you're at this mobile gas station?
It was around midnight.
Okay. And so you said that you came to the mobile gas station. Did you park somewhere?
I parked across the street from the mobile gas station on the street side.
Could you see whether or not any of the windows in the defendant's truck were up or down?
Both of the front windows were down.
The front passenger and the driver's seat?
Yes, the front
And
passenger in the driver's seat.
which position was she seated in as you were making your observations by the time you got to the mobile station?
She was seated in the front passenger seat.
Okay. And you said that you could hear her crying
Yes.
and talking?
Yes.
Okay. And could you hear what she was saying from where you were?
I could not make out what she was saying, but I can hear that she was crying and clearly unhappy about something.
Okay. Approximately how long were you in the position where you were making these observations?
The total time that we were at the gas station was approximately an hour. Within that hour, I switched point with multiple teammates. So at any given time, I could be sitting, observing Ms. Sementilli for maybe 5 or 10 minutes, and then we would switch, and my eyes would be back on Mr. Baker while he was walking back and forth in Sepulveda, and then I would come back and be seated watching Ms. Sementilli again in the vehicle. So to give you a time estimate, I wouldn't be able to, but it was within that hour between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And what did you observe the defendant doing in the vehicle, if anything?
The defendant being Ms. Sementilli?
Yes.
She was, I believe, either texting someone or talking to someone. I couldn't make out, but she had her phone in her hand, and she was saying something out loud in tears. So I couldn't tell whether she was talking to somebody on the phone or she was angrily saying something as she was texting somebody on the phone. That I couldn't tell.
Okay. So you heard her talking. You don't know if she was having a conversation or leaving a voice message, for instance?
Yes, I couldn't tell what she was exactly doing.
Okay. And by the way, do you see the defendant here in court today?
Yes.
Can you identify her, please, for the record?
She's wearing a beige blazer, seated on my right.
Thank you. At some point, did you discontinue your surveillance on the defendant and focus on Robert Baker?
Yes.
And what did you observe at that point in time?
I was given information through radio communication that Mr. Baker had jumped onto a bus on Sepulveda Boulevard. So we decided to move away from Ms. Sementilli and focus our mission on Mr. Baker because that was our mission from the start.
So your entire team followed the bus at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you observe at that point as you were following this bus?
The bus eventually stopped at a bus stop somewhere on Van Nuys Boulevard,
Okay.
and Mr. Baker had exited the bus.
And what did you observe regarding Mr. Baker at that point?
Mr. Baker was standing at the bus stop on Van Nuys Boulevard and Burbank Boulevard. I was parked at the gas station in that same corner, and from there I was able to see him calling a taxi cab to grab a cab.
You were close enough that you could hear him?
Yes, my car was approximately 2 to 3 feet away from him, and at one point during the surveillance, he even leaned on my car just as a resting stop for him to, just to rest his body on the car.
And at that point in time, were you able to make any observations regarding the type of mobile phones he had in his hands?
Yes, Mr. Baker had a total of 3 phones on him. He had 2 smartphones and 1 flip phone on his person.
How many of those phones did you actually see him utilize while you were at the corner of Van Nuys and Burbank?
He was using 2 of them, one of them being the smartphone and the other one being the flip phone.
And from your location, given that he was leaning on your car, could you actually hear him calling
Yes.
these cab companies?
Yes.
And at some point, did you observe a cab come and pick him up?
Yes.
And at that point, did he drive out of sight?
Yes.
And what did you do?
Then we and myself, we all followed him, followed the cab that he was riding in.
Okay. And at some point, were you advised by another member of the team following the cab where Mr. Baker was dropped off that night?
Yes.
And in response, did you drive to that location?
Yes.
And was that a location in Glendale?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have 2 photographs of the address at 331 Salem Street in Glendale. May they be marked, please, as People's 146? There's a red 3 in the lower left-hand corner of one, and a red 4 in the lower left-hand corner of the other. Showing you Exhibit 146, is this the location that you went to after receiving information regarding where Baker was dropped off?
Yes.
Showing you 146 that has a 4 in the bottom corner. The first one had a 3 in the bottom corner. Do these appear to be also photographs of the front entry area into that apartment building?
Yes.
And at that particular point in time, were you advised that Baker had indeed entered the location, or did you see him before he entered?
I did not observe it myself. My teammates told me that he had entered the building.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
I was told that we were going to place a tracker on his vehicle if his vehicle was in the garage.
Okay.
So I exited my vehicle, entered the building, and into the garage of the building.
And approximately what time was this?
It's approximately 2:20, 2:30, somewhere around there in the morning.
So at this point, we're talking about the date of February 22nd?
Yes.
And did you indeed locate Baker's vehicle inside the parking area, underground parking garage at that location?
Yes.
And again, that was the same vehicle that we saw in People's 142?
Yes.
And where did you find the vehicle inside of the parking garage, if you recall?
It was in the stall 307.
Okay. And what did you do at that point in time?
I placed the tracker on the vehicle.
And at that point, did it have the license plate on it that we see in the upper left corner that starts with a D?
Yes.
And by placing that vehicle tracker, did that allow you to maintain information as well as the homicide detectives with respect to where the vehicle went?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, Cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just had a couple of questions. Your SISS unit at the time, you were working in your capacity as a detective with the Gangs and Narcotics unit?
I was an officer at the time.
Okay. And you were asked to conduct surveillance on individuals that you understood had been targeted for investigation, correct?
Yes.
And those individuals who'd been targeted for investigation had been targeted by these detectives you spoke of, Detective Parshall and Verna?
Yes.
Okay. And those two individuals included Ms. Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on how many occasions, Detective Chang, did you surveil or observe Ms. Sementilli?
Maybe a handful of times, maybe 3 or 4 times in total, including the incidents that we talked about today.
Okay, so including the incident we spoke about today, you surveilled Monica 3 or 4 times?
My memory, it was a while ago, so I can't give you a definite answer, but I believe it was 3 or 4 times.
Okay. The incident we're speaking about today was, I believe, February 21, 2017. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Had you surveilled Monica prior to that date?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
I know for sure on February 16th when I placed the tracker on her truck.
Okay. And where did you surveil her? Where were you surveilling her?
She ended up at Thousand Oaks Ford dealership.
Okay. And what did she do after?
I believe once we placed the tracker on the vehicle, that was our mission for the day, so we cleared out. So I do not know what she did afterwards.
Okay. And did you surveil her again between the 16th and the 21st?
I do not recall. I don't think so, but I do not recall.
Okay. How about after the 21st? How many occasions did you surveil Ms. Sementilli?
After the 21st, we did not surveil her. My unit did not surveil her again.
Okay. So your understanding was you surveilled her 3 or 4 times, including this surveillance on the 21st of February.
Yes.
You surveilled her once on the 16th, and that was at the Ford dealership where you placed the tracker.
Yes.
But you don't recall what other dates?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. On any of those other dates that you surveilled Ms. Sementilli, did you ever see her with Robert Baker?
Other than the 21st?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Detective Chang, you talked a little bit about watching as you observed Ms. Sementilli in a truck with Robert Baker, going to, I think you said the parlor bar, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that Ms. Sementilli wasn't driving the truck, it was Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Okay. And when the the truck, I think you said, was valeted. Mr. Baker got out of the driver's side of the car?
Yes.
Okay. And then you watched them and actually followed them into the bar, correct?
Yes.
And they were there for 30 minutes, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And then when they left, Mr. Baker was also driving the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next time you were able to observe the two of them was at this dime bar, correct?
I personally did not see them at the dive bar.
Okay. Were you in that general location?
I was.
Okay. But didn't observe them and then next actually observed them at this gas station you described, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you arrived at the gas station, Detective, was Miss Sementilli alone in the car or with Mr. Baker?
When I had arrived, she was alone in the car.
Okay. And you said she was in the passenger seat?
Front passenger seat, yes.
Front passenger seat. And did you make any report of your observations that night?
I did not personally, but Detective Joe Anaya completed a chronology of the event.
Okay. And you were able at some point to review the chronology he wrote of that event?
Yes.
Okay. And was it accurate based on what you observed?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified earlier that when you were observing Miss Sementilli, you saw and heard her crying. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were with Detective Anaya at this point?
Can you define with?
Were you in the same location?
We were in two different vehicles, but we were working the same operation.
Okay. And so Detective Anaya was parked in a vehicle, correct?
At points of the surveillance, yes.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to the point at which you were testifying about seeing Monica Sementilli crying. Do you know where Detective Anaya was when you first observed that?
I do not know where Detective Anaya was when I observed Sementilli crying in the car.
Okay, and where were you?
I was across the street from the mobile gas station, directly looking at the opened front passenger window of the truck.
Okay, so the truck was parked inside the mobile gas station parking lot?
I believe it is their parking lot, yes.
Okay, and you were across the street looking towards the vehicle, the truck, where Mrs. Sementilli was?
Yes.
Okay, and you said that you were able to see from that distance clearly she was crying.
Yes, and I can hear her crying because my window was down as well.
Okay, so from across the street you could also hear her crying?
Yes.
Okay, and you observed this occurring for how much time? I think the chronology says, let's see. Well, you tell me, how
excuse me.
long? Yeah.
Are you withdrawing the question?
Yes, withdraw. Detective Chang, for how long did you observe Ms. Sementilli crying?
Like my previous testimony, it was about an hour's length in time that I was there between the mobile gas station and following Mr. Baker during a rolling surveillance. So I would say when I was parked in front of her, I could at least testify to 5 or 10 minutes of her crying when I was at scene with her observing.
Okay. Did you leave to break off to go after Baker while she was still crying?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know how long she continued to cry, if she did?
In total, I do not know.
Okay. And you mentioned that you thought she was attempting to text or make a call?
She just had her phone in her hand, and she was looking into her phone as she was crying out loud. So I don't know whether she was texting or talking to somebody on the phone, or she was just searching something on the phone, that I do not know. But I can only testify to what I observed.
Of course. And you never verified whether, that wasn't your job, you never verified whether there was any call made from Ms. Sementilli's phone, correct?
I do not know whether phone calls were made.
Or any text sent?
I do not know whether texts were sent.
Okay. And you testified earlier that with Mr. Baker, you observed him having 2 or 3 different phones?
Yes.
Am I correct that with Ms. Sementilli, you only saw her with a single phone, one phone?
That's all I saw, yes.
Okay. And if someone, if Detective Anaya described Ms. Sementilli as crying uncontrollably, would that be a fair representation of what you saw?
I'm going to object to since facts, not in evidence.
Sustain.
The crying you saw was in the vehicle, correct?
Was she in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes, she was in the vehicle.
And Mr. Baker was nowhere around?
Mr. Baker was not in the vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further by the people?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective Chang. You're excused. You may call the next witness.
Anaya.
Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give of the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
It's Joe Anaya, Joeanaya.
Thank you. Sir, can you tell us how it is that you're employed, please?
I'm employed as a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department, and in April will be 27 years.
Where are you assigned?
I'm currently at Mission Area Detectives.
That's in the San Fernando Valley?
Correct.
Directing your attention back to 2017, do you recall how you were assigned at that point in time?
Yes, I was at Gang Narcotics Division, working the Gang Field Unit, a surveillance apprehension team.
And how many years were you assigned to G&D?
Approximately 7.5 years.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the date of February 21st of 2017. Were you part of an undercover surveillance operation that evening?
I was.
And were you working with your supervisor, Detective Rich Jaramillo, as well as Detective Andy Chang, who just testified?
Yes, I was.
And on that particular evening, were you directed to follow particular targets?
Yes.
Was one of them Monica Sementilli?
Yes.
Do you see her here in court today?
I do.
Can you identify her, please?
She's wearing a blazer, seated at the defense table.
Indicating the defendant.
Was there also another individual that you were asked to follow?
Yes, it was Robert Baker.
Showing you what's been previously marked as People's 14, were you shown a photograph of this individual?
Yes, that's him, Robert Baker.
There appears to be a number 2 in the bottom left corner.
Yes.
Now, had you also previously followed the defendant to a Ford dealership on February 16th of 2017?
Yes, I did.
Did you use the vehicle trackers that have been placed on the defendant's vehicle on February 16th of 2017 in order to find her along with Baker on February 21st of 2017?
Yes, I did.
Showing you Exhibit 141 that has a number 1 in the bottom left corner. Is this the vehicle that you saw on February 16th and that you were looking for again on February 21st?
That is the vehicle. I don't see the one on the bottom, but yes, that's the vehicle.
The vehicle is the
The Ford F-150.
Ford F-150 along with the license plate?
Correct.
At some point in time on the night of February 21st, did you find the defendant's black Ford F-150 that we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw her vehicle that night, did you also call Detective Parshall to alert him?
Correct.
All right. How are you dressed on the night of February 21st?
I was wearing civilian clothing. Normally I'd wear just regular attire, jeans, t-shirt.
Okay. And were you also driving an unmarked vehicle that night?
I was.
The first time that you saw the defendant on the night of February 21st, where was that?
That was on Melrose at 7230 Melrose at the Parlor Restaurant at approximately 8:50 p.m.
Is that 7250 Melrose?
It could have been 7250 on the corner.
Let me ask you this. Looking at Exhibit 143 that has the 5 in the bottom left corner, is this the location that you responded to on February 21st?
That's it.
Did you go inside that location?
I did.
When you went inside, did you join Detective Chang?
I did.
And was that in the bar area?
Yes, it was in the bar.
Showing you Exhibit 143 that has a 6 in the left corner. Looking at the photograph to the left, is that the area where you joined Detective Chang?
It looks familiar, yes.
Showing you Exhibit 143 that has a 7 in the bottom left corner. Is this what you observed with respect to the defendant and Baker when you went into that location that night?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you follow them to another location?
Yes, to 442 North Fairfax in the city of Los Angeles.
And what location was that at the time?
That was the Dime Dive Bar. That's what it was called, the Dime Dive Bar.
Showing you Exhibit 144, these two photographs appears to have a number 9 in the bottom left corner. Is this the location you followed them to?
That's it.
Okay.
And when you followed them to this particular location, did you go inside or did you stay outside?
I stayed outside. I parked across the street and maintained visual on the front door.
You said you were the point person?
I was a point person monitoring the front of the location.
Approximately what time did the defendant and Baker arrive at this location?
Approximately 10 p.m.
Okay. And about 30 minutes later, did you make some other observations?
I did. The defendant exited the front door of the parlor bar onto Fairfax.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would object that's irrelevant, cumulative, based on Detective Lerner's discussion of this already in testimony, and improper character.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
I saw her exit the front door. She sat down at the bench area that's in front of the location there. And the
Location here, the bench, that we see in the photographs to the right, like a wooden bench.
That's it right there.
Okay.
She sat down, and at some point the he appeared to be a security guard slash host, male, black, about 40 years old. Walked up to her. They sat down next to her. They talked, and their interaction lasted about 10 minutes. As she smoked a cigarette.
I'm sorry?
As she smoked a cigarette.
And as she was smoking a cigarette, you saw her talking to the security guard or bouncer?
Yes.
And what did you see, if anything, her do?
Objection, irrelevant, improper character evidence, and cumulative.
I believe I ruled on this. Again, it's overruled.
Go ahead.
What I saw was them talking. She began to use her right hand, and as he sat to the right of her, she began to caress his inner left thigh.
Okay. Did you see her doing anything else with respect to this bouncer?
Yes, she used her right hand and began to rub the back of his neck.
Was that while she was speaking with him?
Correct.
And did you see what she did next?
She initiated a passionate kiss on his lips.
Okay. How long did that go on for?
The kiss was approximately 4 seconds.
Okay. And what, if anything, did she do after that?
She went inside.
Okay. When she came out from the bar to have this cigarette and you saw this interaction with the bouncer, was she alone or with someone else?
She was alone.
What was the next thing that you saw from your vantage point?
About 10:53, Robert Baker came out alone. He went to the valet to retrieve the pickup truck, the F-150, and then he drove to the rear alley, and my team advised me that he was trying to find a parking spot in the rear alley.
Okay. And at some point were you advised that he went back inside the bar?
Correct. He went inside the bar, out of view for about an hour.
Okay. Somewhere around 12 a.m. midnight?
Correct.
Did you see something else?
I did not see. I was advised by my team, Detective Whitney, that they re-entered the pickup truck. Baker was driving. The defendant was in the front passenger seat. And at that point, we resumed our surveillance in the vehicles and followed them.
When you said they, are you referring to the defendant and Robert Baker?
Correct.
Okay. And were you advised that they came out from the back door and then entered the defendant's vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. And did you see where Baker drove at that point?
Yes, we followed the vehicle. They didn't make any stops to the 10 freeway, then to the 405 North transition. And at that point, Baker exited the Ventura exit off of the 405 freeway that kind of drops you off onto Sepulveda Boulevard.
Okay. So now we're talking about any observation at this point is on February 22nd of 2017, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you observe him stop the vehicle at some point?
Yes. He came to an abrupt stop in the mobile parking lot at 4528 Sepulveda Boulevard. And then he immediately got out of the vehicle, slammed the door, and briskly walked away eastbound on Dickens Street.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit 145. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
Is this the mobile station that you followed the defendant and Baker to?
Yes.
And when you said he stopped in the driveway, is this the driveway area?
It was more onto the flat surface in the mobile, like where the blacktop is at. To your left a little bit, right around there.
Okay. And did you see where he parked the vehicle?
It was right where your finger last was.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit 145. The one we were pointing to was 145. It has an 11 in the bottom left corner. Now I'm pointing to 145 that has a 12 in the bottom left corner.
Okay.
Does this photograph, these two photographs depict the location where eventually he parked the Ford F-150?
No, the other one showed where he parked. Later on, she moved the car, which was what you were showing me. But right here on this photo is where he stopped in the middle of the pumps, a little bit to your right, around that area right there. Correct.
Okay. So at some point, after you saw him get out of the vehicle from the driver's side, did you see what the defendant did?
The defendant, later on, she moved the vehicle to that other spot that you showed me.
Looking at 145 with 12 in the bottom left corner. Is
Correct.
this the location where the defendant then parked her vehicle?
Yes, where that blue car approximately would have been.
Okay, showing you exhibit 145 that has a number 13 in the bottom left corner, just to orient us. The area that I'm pointing to in the bottom left corner, would that be the same area that we see in 145, page 12?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so you observed the defendant get into the driver's seat and move the vehicle to this particular location as we see in exhibit 145, page 13?
No, I didn't make that observation.
Okay. You were advised of that by others in your unit?
Correct. I maintained surveillance on Mr. Baker.
Okay. And did you see where Mr. Baker went?
Yes, he kept walking eastbound on Dickens and through the neighborhood there, very quiet, small street. And then eventually he kept walking very briskly to a north direction and ended up on Ventura Boulevard.
And what did you do at that point in time?
I continued to follow him with the team. We conducted a rolling surveillance and maintained a visual on him. And he walked quite a ways. I would say at least a mile or so.
And when you said you had a rolling surveillance, that means you're passing off point between the individuals in your unit at that point?
Correct. Just to minimize your exposure to your target,
Okay.
you just kind of leapfrog and let the target come to you as you're parked, and you're trying to minimize exposure to that target and minimize exposure.
As Baker was walking, what did you see him do, if anything?
I saw him on his cell phone. It was dark, and I could see his cell phone lighting up, and he was talking on it from approximately 6 to 8 inches. He held the phone away, so I assumed he was on his speakerphone.
Can you describe the phone?
One of the phones I saw was a large square type smartphone, and the other one was a flip style cell phone.
Okay, so you saw him using two different phones?
Correct.
Okay. And did you follow him to a particular location?
I did. I went back to check on the defendant. In between that time, we were going back and forth between both targets, but I did eventually make the call to go back to see what the defendant was doing.
Okay. And when you went back to see the defendant, was she in the still in the driver's seat at this point after moving the car?
Yes, it was after she had moved the car to that spot off of Saugus. That side street is to the east is Saugus, and she was parked where the inner car was. I was parked right next to her, to the left of her.
Okay. And did you have any windows in your vehicle down at that point?
I did. I had my right passenger window open, which was the window closest to her window.
That would be her driver's window.
Correct.
And could you hear what she was doing?
Yes, she was crying uncontrollably. She was using her cell phone and looking down at it. I remember her saying, "I'm so stupid," and repeating that 3 or 4 times.
Okay.
And she was continuously crying.
Do you know if she was speaking into the cell phone at that point in time?
She appeared to be, yes.
Could you hear her speaking?
I could.
Okay. after that, did you go back to a bus stop location?
Yes, I determined to stop the surveillance on the defendant and just focus on Baker since he was walking around. At this point, he was on Van Nuys walking northbound on Van Nuys Boulevard from Ventura.
Okay. And did you see what he did there?
Yes, he eventually got onto an MTA bus and took the bus north on Van Nuys Boulevard to Oxnard, and at that point is where he got off the bus. It wasn't that far,
Okay.
but he jumped on and then jumped off about 2 majors later.
Okay. And what did you see him do at that point, if anything?
He began to walk back towards the direction he came from, which was southbound on Van Nuys, and then eventually he came to a stop at the southeast corner of Burbank Boulevard and Van Nuys. There's a bus stop there, and I think that's also a mobile gas station.
And at that same time, as he was walking, did you see whether he was using his phones again?
Yes, he was using his phones and talking on 2 different phones.
And what did you see him do next, if anything?
At that time, eventually I was alerted by a teammate that a cab company, United Cab, picked up Baker and proceeded to drive away.
And did you follow Baker in the cab?
I did. I made the determination to have myself and Detective Whitney to go ahead of the surveillance to try to get there before he did, and guessed that he would be returning to the area of Salem Street. And at that point, I was able to get to that street before the cab arrived at that street at the corner of Salem and Central in the city of Glendale.
And did you see Mr. Baker get out of the cab?
I did.
And did you see where he went?
Yes, I followed him on foot. I got off of my vehicle, and I followed him from across the street, followed him to 331 Salem. I don't know if it's street or avenue.
Okay. And did you see him go into that apartment building?
Yes, I did. After he used the intercom to try to get buzzed in, it appeared as he waited for a few minutes, and at that point he must have gotten buzzed in. He opened the door, and he went out of my view into the Veteran Village apartments.
Okay. Is that the location, the Veteran Village apartments that we see in Exhibit 146 that has a number 3 in the bottom left corner?
Correct. That's the place.
Okay. Approximately what time was that?
It was at approximately 2:30 p.m.
In the morning on February 22nd?
Correct, 2:30 a.m.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mick Ross.
Thank you. Detective Anaya, I think I just heard you say that you, when you were following Mr. Baker at the end of your testimony, you had assumed he was going back to the Salem address, and that's how you knew where to go?
Correct.
So you already knew where Mr. Baker was residing?
No.
Well, why did you assume he was going back to that address?
Because earlier in the day, around 8 o'clock p.m. on the 21st, is when I was monitoring the GPS tracker on the defendant's truck. Mm-hmm. I saw that she was headed in an easterly direction, and at that point, I figured she might meet up with Mr. Baker.
Okay, I'm curious. I'm sorry, I'm going to let you
I'm
finish.
sorry, I should have continued. So then when I was monitoring the cell phone and getting the team together to conduct our operation, I continued monitoring the phone, and I saw that she had stopped in the area of Salem and Central in that vicinity of the 300 block of Salem.
Okay, so you had actually surveilled Ms. Sementilli earlier that same day?
No. I was using the electronic device and monitoring her activity from there.
Okay.
So that kind of surveillance, yes, but not physical.
Okay, so you don't know if Robert Baker was driving the truck or Ms. Sementilli was driving the truck. All you knew was from the tracker that the truck was at that location, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And had you surveilled Ms. Sementilli prior to February 21st?
I did.
Okay, on how many occasions?
Just on the 16th of February, a few days before.
Okay. And that was the only time before the 21st?
Yeah, I can remember that was the only time on the 16th.
Okay, and how about after the 21st? On how many occasions did you surveil Ms.
None that I
Sementilli?
could remember.
Okay. And am I correct that the way that you write down anything you feel is important from this surveillance is you wrote, in this case, a chronological log. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And you did it specifically for what you observed on February 21st that you felt was important?
Yes, that I felt was important, that was relayed to me either through my team or from my own observations, correct.
Got it. Okay. And am I right that when you first observed on the 21st, seeing Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli, Robert Baker was driving that truck, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you observed him drive that truck to this parlor bar, is that right?
I just observed him in front of the parlor bar. I didn't see him drive up to it.
Okay.
That's when I first spotted them, was at the parlor bar.
Okay. And did you surveil him getting out of the vehicle?
Yes.
And he got out of the driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And then you testified earlier, we don't have to go through it, but you were there approximately 30 minutes and saw the two of them inside, correct?
Correct.
And then you saw them leaving, and did you observe them leaving at the valet?
I did.
Okay. And you saw them engaged in a kiss?
I did from the inside of the establishment. They had a large window, and I was inside. They were outside. I had a clear, unobstructed view of both of them hugging and both of them kissing multiple times.
Got it. Okay. And then you followed them over to this establishment, the Dime?
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you a question. This occurrence you testified about, seeing Monica come out of the establishment, and I think you described her having some interaction with this African-American gentleman.
Yes.
You observed that?
I did.
And you were able to see clearly what occurred, correct?
Yes.
And am I correct? How long was that event? How long between the time she came out of the establishment and smoked a cigarette and had some kind of interaction to when she went back in?
Approximately 10 minutes.
Okay. And am I correct that at no time during that entire 10 minutes you saw the things you saw? Did you ever see Robert Baker?
Not during that time.
Okay. You never saw him anywhere in the vicinity outside?
No.
And you never saw him anywhere in the vicinity inside the bar? You were not inside the bar?
Correct. None of us were inside.
Okay. And Detective, after you followed Mr. Baker driving the truck with Ms. Sementilli inside, you testified about seeing him stop the vehicle at this mobile gas station, right?
Yes.
And you saw him slam the door and storm away?
Yes.
Okay. And the next time you ever saw Mr. Baker was heading towards this residence in the Veterans Village, correct?
No. I followed him immediately from when he left the truck and continued to follow him while he was on foot and I was in my vehicle.
Okay. But you followed him as he was headed towards the Veterans Village?
Not necessarily. That eventually happened. But in between, about an hour and a half worth of him walking to Van Nuys Boulevard, northbound, got onto a bus, like I mentioned previously.
Right.
And then jumping on the bus, getting off the bus, walking back. That took well over an hour for all that to happen. And then eventually is when the cab picked him up. And then he proceeded to Salem and Glendale.
Got it. I wasn't clear, and I apologize.
No, sorry.
I wasn't. He didn't go any other location other than between where you first saw him after he left the truck and Valley Village. He didn't make any other stops.
Not to talk to anybody, if that's what you're insinuating. He didn't talk to anybody, he didn't stop anywhere else. He did the things I had previously mentioned, though.
He took the bus, then he took the cab and
Correct.
went to Valley Village.
Correct.
Okay, now. Am I correct that you testified that you saw from very close up, sitting right beside Miss Sementilli, her crying uncontrollably?
Yes.
Okay. And that was because you pulled into a parking space, I think you described it as a stall, right beside Miss Sementilli?
Correct.
And at this point, she was no longer in the passenger seat, she was in the driver's seat, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And Detective, you specifically, when you pulled in, you were there monitoring Monica Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were parked immediately to the left of her?
Yes.
Okay. And her window was down and your window was down?
That is correct.
Okay. And you could both see and hear her crying uncontrollably?
Yes.
And she wept in a very loud manner?
Yes.
And she wept for approximately 20 minutes?
I would say about 20 minutes.
Okay. And you also said that while she was weeping and crying uncontrollably, she said a couple of times, "I'm so stupid, I'm so stupid."
Yeah, at least a few times.
Okay. But you weren't sure, you saw a phone, but you weren't sure whether she was on the phone, was texting, or making a call.
It sounded like to me she was either talking to someone or leaving a voicemail, but trying to communicate, not just staring at her phone.
Okay. And what did that phone look like?
I don't remember seeing her phone very well because she kept it at her lap and I could see the illumination from the screen, but I could not see the phone itself.
So at no time during this 20 minutes did you ever see a phone?
No.
And at no time did you later attempt to verify whether the phone was actually in use? Am I correct?
And I actually did hear the phone ringing as well.
Okay. Did you see her answer the phone?
No, I saw her. It seemed like to me she was making the call. I never heard her phone ring. I could just hear the call going out, like ringing from her end, not from a cell phone. It's like a receiving end, more like an outcalling end.
So,
you know when you have your phone on speakerphone?
Yes, sir. So what you think you heard was a ringing as if her phone was on speakerphone in her lap, and she was trying to call somebody else.
Yes.
Okay. But you never heard the ringing, you never could determine whether anybody answered or she was actually ever talking to anybody.
That is correct.
Okay, got it. Detective, I just want to be sure, the only time that you yourself ever were surveilling Monica Sementilli, that you saw her with Mr. Baker, was on the 21st. Is that right?
The 21st into the 22nd.
Okay. That was the only time of the times you surveilled her that you saw them?
Together, yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
You're welcome.
Anything further by the people?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective Anaya. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. Be back in 15 minutes. Mr. Sementilli, defendant is present, all counsel present, jury and alternate present. You may call the next witness.
Thank you. The people call Detective Steve Castro.
You can please face me and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Steve Castro, Stevecastro.
Thank you. Detective Castro, are you currently employed?
I am.
Where are you employed?
The Englewood Police Department.
Okay. Back in 2017, what was your occupation?
I was a homicide D3 detective with the Los Angeles Police Department assigned to Operation Valley Bureau.
And overall, how long have you been a sworn peace officer?
34 and a half years.
Okay, so you went from LAPD to Englewood?
Yes.
All right. Back in the time frame of 2017, can you explain what your role was?
Yes, I was a D3, a detective supervisor in charge of an entire table as a coordinator. And I was in charge of 6 detectives.
Did you at some point, was that in a homicide unit?
That's correct.
Okay. And where was that homicide unit out of? What area of Los Angeles?
We worked out of the Van Nuys station.
During that time, did you supervise some detectives that we've heard from? A Verna, a Parshall, did you supervise them?
Yes.
And then how does that work as far as your rank? Were a D3 as opposed to somebody who's in homicide as a detective?
Yes, when you become a detective, you become a D1 where you're an investigator. Then you can promote to a D2, which you're a supervisor, and then you promote to a D3, which now you're a supervisor in charge of the entire squad.
January of 2017, how long had you been in LAPD, the homicide unit in the Valley?
Well, I was working in North Hollywood homicide in 2005. We became centralized in 2015. So out of Valley Bureau homicide, approximately 2 years.
And then how long overall in homicide?
18 years.
Okay. Did you respond to a radio call then of an occurrence that occurred at 5012 Queen Victoria Street, or Road actually, in Woodland Hills on January 23rd, 2017?
Yes.
Did you go to that location that night?
I did.
Exhibit 9, which is on the screen, page 8. Is that the location that you responded to?
Yes.
About what time did you get there?
I'd have to look at the crime scene log to be exact, but I'm thinking somewhere around 7 p.m., maybe 1900 hours, something to that effect.
And when you got there, do you recall who was there? Not every single person, but who had charge of the scene?
Well, once we arrived, we were in charge of the scene, but I remember there being a possible captain there, a couple detectives, some officers that were there. The yellow tape was up.
Was that case then assigned to Detectives Parshall and Verna?
Yes.
Were they with you?
They arrived a little after me.
And then when you're at the scene, what did you proceed to do?
So when I'm at the scene, I basically delegate. We knew that on that night that the lead detectives were going to be Detective Parshall and Verna. They're assigned prior. That week you're on call, you designate whoever the next person is up. So they were the lead detectives, and then there's 4 other detectives, and I usually delegate to them which one's doing the crime scene, which one is helping out with interviews or looking for surveillance, things of that nature.
Speaking of surveillance, did you yourself locate some surveillance?
Yes.
Okay. What's already been marked as Exhibit 9, page 4. What's circled right here with the red circle, did you recognize that while you were there in person? that location?
Yes,
Was there a video camera right there?
there was.
And Exhibit 9, page 5, a close-up there, was that a video camera or surveillance type equipment that was affixed to that structure right there?
Yes.
On People's 9, page 4, can you tell us in the orient what street is this that's running from the bottom to the top of the photograph?
I believe that's Queen Victoria.
And then the street at the bottom that intersects it along the bottom right here.
Oh, I forget the street, but that street goes all the way up to Ventura.
Is it Oakdale?
That's correct, yes.
Did you make an attempt then to retrieve the video surveillance from that location?
We viewed it.
You viewed it. Who
Yes.
did you view it with?
Detective Bucknell.
Okay. So you went to that actual location and did you meet someone at the location who showed you the video?
Yes, I believe, I don't remember who it was, but yes.
Okay. And that was the day of the murder?
Yes, or right around there, yes.
Okay. And if I may, has it already been marked? What's already been marked as People's 19, if I may play a video. The Queen Victoria surveillance video, sorry. Just to make sure, because on 19 we have multiple videos. If I may play that. Well, if you could just pause it for 1 second right there. So we're just pausing it right there. That photograph up there, the street that runs from left to right, what street is that? There's a car traveling on it.
That's okay.
Okay, so is that the same view that we saw earlier? And then the street that, if you were to go to the right, does that go up the hill to the Sementilli residence?
That is correct.
Okay, just switching back very quickly. That's the view from this camera then looking in the direction of that car that was traveling. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does that video then that you just watched in court depict what you saw that day when you viewed the video at that location?
Yes.
And was that showing the two, let's call them joggers wearing the hooded sweatshirts?
Yes.
What's been marked as People's 19, page 21. Is that a screenshot then of what we just watched on the video?
It is.
Okay. Did you note the timestamp that was on the video while you're watching it live that day on the 23rd of January 2017?
Yes.
And did you note the timestamp on it if it was accurate?
It was off.
How was it off?
Exactly what it says there, 1 hour fast.
So the timestamp showed 1 hour fast.
Correct.
Okay. So if the timestamp is 17:18 on the actual video, what is that in regular time?
That would be 5:18.
Okay, and so then you were able to determine that the video was actually at 4:18 p.m.?
Yes.
And how did you determine that?
By looking at the video and then comparing it to the real time.
Okay. All right, and then there's another video. Did you also look at a video of a car leaving this area and take that as part of your evidence?
Yes.
I have a second video. It's also on People's 19. Porsche leaving the scene. I could play People's 19. Okay. The video up on the screen and that Porsche leaving, that's the same intersection we've been talking about now, leaving from the direction of the Sementilli residence, leaving and going right on Oakdale, is that correct?
That's correct.
And exhibit 19, page 23, just for reference, is that a still shot of what we're looking at on the video. And again, 1 hour ahead.
That is correct.
So that's at 4:53 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. Did you put out some type of crime broadcast
No.
regarding this?
A crime alert.
Okay, what is that?
Yes. That, a crime alert, we manufacture that at the station, and then we put information of what we're looking for in a certain situation, in this case, this murder.
And we have People's Exhibit 7 then. Is this an example of some of the crime alerts that you helped to create?
Correct.
What's the purpose of this?
This is for the purpose of police officers that go out and patrol. They're aware of the situation, they're aware of this flyer, they're aware of what took place, and they're aware of what we're looking for.
And then what do you put on as far as the photographs? What are the photographs that you put on this crime alert?
Well, in this case, we determined these two individuals to be the suspects. The vehicle up top is the vehicle that the victim owned, not exactly his vehicle, the exact same vehicle though, but not his. And then we put a little narrative, what we're looking for.
Does this go internally then within law enforcement?
Yes.
Does it go out to the public at all?
No.
Did you do anything to alert the public that you need their help or assistance with these photographs of the two individuals or the car?
What I did was what we always do on a case like this, we put out a press release. And
When
that
you
was
say-
done as well.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That was done as well.
And when you say a case like this, what do you mean?
Well, a murder in this situation, we usually put out press releases on that.
For the press release, and then did you release these photographs of the two individuals jogging, if you remember?
I don't remember if we did immediately or not. I don't recall.
Now, while you're at the scene, was there anything else specific that you did at the scene aside from looking for the videos and directing individuals to do different tasks?
Well, like I said, when we arrived there, we looked at the crime scene. We tried to identify evidence, whether it be biological, trace, technological. Door knock neighbors. I know I went there the next day and door knocked a few neighbors myself. I don't know specifically what you're asking, though, in regards to what else I did.
That's fine. Now, did you also receive a call from a Salma Cherry on June 25th?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He was giving me information of when he last spoke to the victim. He identified himself as being don't remember if a co-worker or his boss. I think it was his boss, and he had informed me that he spoke to the victim on that day of the murder.
Did he tell you if you received any voicemails from that victim, Fabio?
Yes.
What did he tell you about that?
That the victim had left a message on his, I don't remember if it was a cell phone or machine.
Okay, do you recall what time that message was?
I believe it was 4:27 p.m.
Okay. Does that assist you then in a timeline as to when the victim was obviously still alive?
Yes, he was alive at 4:27 p.m. on that day.
Now, as far as an autopsy, well, not an autopsy, but an autopsy. In Los Angeles, is it customary then for a victim to have an autopsy when there's a suspicious death or somebody was murdered or something of that nature?
Yes.
Did you attend the autopsy?
I did not.
Did you end up ultimately booking some evidence into custody from the autopsy?
I did not, but I signed a property report that was prepared by Detective Parshall, who did book evidence from the coroner's office.
So did Detective Parshall then bring you the victim's what we call a bloodstain card, item 72?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a bloodstain card that is obtained by the coroner's office as a reference from the victim.
So the victim's blood?
Correct.
Okay. And then item 73, victim's clothing, was that booked, or you signed off on that to be booked by Detective Parshall as well?
I did.
And then item 74, victim's haircut.
As well, yes.
And you signed off on that as well?
I did.
On March 20th, 2017, did you receive a call from Feidy, F-E-I-D-Y, who represents Cody? We've talked about Cody as a company regarding Fabio's life insurance policy.
I did.
And what were you informed about that?
I was informed.
It's overruled.
I was informed that there was a life insurance policy that was on the victim.
Okay, did they tell you how much it was for?
Yes, 1.6 million, I believe.
And did they inform you who the beneficiaries were of this life insurance policy?
They did.
Who did they tell you?
They said it was the victim's son, wife, and 2 daughters.
Okay. Now, as far as if anyone had been cleared, did you have any conversation about if people needed to be cleared in order to receive life insurance?
Yes.
What was that conversation?
The conversation was that I instructed the insurance company not to release any funds pending further investigation until everyone's cleared.
And is that customary in the homicide investigations that you've been part of?
Yes.
On March 22nd, 2017, this is following the death of Fabio, did you receive a voicemail from the defendant inquiring about insurance?
Yes.
And by the way, did you ever meet face-to-face with the defendant?
I did.
Okay, do you see her in court?
Yes.
Can you please identify where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
She's sitting with a white sweater to the right of counsel.
And was there anything unusual about this particular voicemail?
Yes.
Can you please explain that?
It was a voice message from the defendant, and she was inquiring. She was upset why her insurance funds were not being released at the time. She wanted to know why. She expressed that she had financial issues and demanded a phone call back.
And was this voicemail to you or someone else?
It was to me, but she wanted a call back from myself or Detective Parshall.
At this point, were you the lead detective on the case handling it?
I was the supervisor of the case.
Okay. So during the call, did she complain about any of the detectives on the case that reported to you?
Overruled.
I don't recall if she specifically complained about the detective. She was upset that the money from the insurance company was being withheld.
After you got that voicemail, then what did you do?
Well, I thought it was pretty significant, so I called Detective Parshall over, and I wanted him to listen to the message as well.
And why did you go to Detective Parshall specifically?
Because Detective Parshall was the lead detective, and I wanted him to be aware of this voice message.
Now, was this voice message recorded in any way?
It was recorded on the messages in the main line for Valley Bureau Homicide.
Okay. Did you memorialize then this message in writing on April 27th, 2017?
I did.
Why did you do that?
Because it was a pretty significant message. I had never received a message like that from a beneficiary.
And again, did it come on your particular voicemail?
Yes.
Is there a reason why, did you save that voicemail?
I did not save the voice message.
Is there any reason why you didn't save it, if you recall?
All I remember is calling over Detective Parshall, and I told him, listen to this message, and he did. I go, do you want me to contact her? And I'll take the heat for delaying the funds, because I know he had a pretty good rapport with the defendant.
Okay. Did you attend the memorial for Wella, or held by Wella for Fabio on May 22nd, 2017 in Woodland Hills?
I did.
Did you go with anyone in particular?
Yes.
Who did you go with?
Detective Parshall.
Was there a reason why you went to the memorial?
I believe we were invited to begin with, and I believe Detective Parshall's partner at the time was not available.
Okay. Do you know who you were invited by?
The defendant.
Okay. So when you went to the memorial, can you describe what it was?
Yes, it was a memorial. Very nice, actually. A lot of rooms. They had a board where people would write. It's more of a celebration of life type of thing. their memories of the defendant. Nice gathering, things of that nature. It was nice.
Exhibit 90 is on the screen, page 3. Is that what you described as part of the board where people wrote messages?
Yes, it was a wall, yes.
And then showing people's 90, page 4, again, this exhibit was where people could write.
Yes.
And not visible in the photograph that's up on the screen, but were there photos of Fabio around this memorial?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 90, page 5. Did you see those individuals there?
I saw the defendant there, and I possibly saw the two women with her. I don't specifically recall them.
Okay. Did you talk to the defendant at this memorial?
Yes.
What did you talk about?
Well, she gave us a tour, basically, and showing us around and things of that nature.
Did she tell you anything about her relationship with Fabio?
Yes. How special? Sorry. How special it was. How in love she was. How he was her soulmate. How hard it would be to continue her life. Things like that.
Now, during this memorial, did she address the audience or the people that were there?
She did.
And what did you see her do?
There was a gathering of people, and she addressed the entire audience and spoke about Fabio.
Okay, did she sing anything?
She did.
What did she sing?
I believe it was "I Did It My Way."
And was it just her up on the stage singing that?
I believe so. I don't know for sure, but I believe so.
Okay. After the memorial, then, what kind of role did you continue to have, if any, with the defendant specifically?
I believe that was the last day I spoke to her and saw her myself.
Were you involved at all in the arrest that occurred then on June 14th, 2017, which would be, a month or so after this event?
No.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
I see counsel sidebar.
Good afternoon.
This memorial that you attended in May, that was on the 23rd?
I believe so.
And Ms. Sementilli invited you to the memorial?
I know she invited Parshall and his partner, and like I said, he was not available, so I attended.
Okay. And when Ms. Sementilli was on stage, she was also with her daughters. You were familiar with her daughters?
She could have been. I don't recall that.
Okay. So you don't recall whether she was up on stage singing this song with her daughters or not?
I know she was up there singing the song. I don't remember if her daughters were with her. They could have been.
Okay. And you said she took you around to show you the workplace?
Yes.
She showed you Fabio's office?
She did.
And that's where you had your discussions with her?
We spoke, yes. I don't know if it was exactly there. It could have been.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Bringing you back to the night the case was first assigned the night of the killing on January 23rd.
Yes.
You described securing a video of two suspects, the joggers, I think that was referred to as. Do you recall doing that?
I do.
Okay. Where did you go? What was the location of, I think Ms. Stagel referred to it as a structure. What was the location you retrieved the video from?
The residence was 5019 Queen Victoria.
Okay. And did you speak to a homeowner?
I believe we did. I just don't have that recollection, but I believe we did.
Okay. And did you make any report of retrieving it from the homeowner?
I did not, because we didn't retrieve it. We viewed the video.
So you just viewed it that night. You didn't actually take a copy of it yet?
That's correct.
Okay. And did there come a point in time where you did retrieve the video, a copy?
A copy of that video was retrieved, but not by myself.
Okay. Do you know who retrieved that?
Yes. I don't know specifically the person's name. It was our TID unit, Technical Division, Forensics.
Got it.
That go out to the scene.
Got it. Got it. Okay. You discussed earlier, you testified earlier about receiving a call from a representative of the company. Do you recall that, about life insurance?
Yes.
And that person that called you was somebody named Feide?
That rings a bell, yes.
Okay. And that person informed you of the beneficiaries to the life insurance policy, the proceeds would be shared, correct?
Yes.
And they would be shared by the son, the two daughters, and Monica, correct?
Yes.
That was your understanding?
That was my understanding, yes.
And you were working in a supervisory role, but you did not have any day-to-day responsibilities on the case?
Day-to-day responsibilities? No, I did not.
Okay. And am I correct that after June 14th, 2017, you never had any contact with Monica Sementilli?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Anything further? Thank you, Detective. You're excused. Well, you look like you need a break.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Whoops.
Mom.
Go ahead.
I apologize.
No break yet.
I absolutely apologize. Detective, this voicemail you were describing earlier, you said it came to the main voicemail for the detectives?
On my line, yes.
On your personal?
Yes, for Squad 3.
Okay, so it was a voicemail you were saying was left on your line.
Correct.
And you thought this voicemail was significant?
I did.
And you kept a copy of it?
I did not.
Is there a reason you didn't keep a copy of it?
In hindsight, I probably should have, but what I did is like I said, I brought it to the attention of the lead detective. I had him listen to it, and I asked him if he wanted me to address the situation with the defendant. He said he would take care of it.
Okay. But you never recorded it?
I didn't record it. It was on the phone, but I did not make a copy of it.
And it was deleted at some point?
It must have been, yes.
Okay. And did you receive any other communication, voicemails, letters, anything like that from Ms. Sementilli?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Didn't you receive communication where you were copied on an email from Ms. Sementilli on June 1st, 2017?
It's possible. I don't have recollection of it, but it's possible.
Okay. Your Honor, may I please mark as defense 612 a 2-page email from Monica Sementilli to Jean Parshall, CC to Steve Castro.
Yes.
I would object to this as an exhibit. She's asking if you remembered it first.
I'm sorry. I'm going to object to this as admission. And you're premature then. May I proceed?
Showing you this email. Did you ever receive this email from Monica Sementilli on June 1, 2017?
I may have. I just don't have recollection of it, but I may have, yes.
Okay. Is that your email address, 26287 at lapd.online?
Correct, at the time.
And in this email, do you receive your emails at the station?
Yes.
And during this period, you were receiving all your emails?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that in this email, Monica Sementilli is communicating about when you will be meeting to hopefully get some new information?
Yeah, do you mind if I read the
Not
email?
at all. The email sent by Ms. Sementilli, she references a meeting that was scheduled for a couple of weeks that she says hopefully there will be some new information.
She does talk about that, yes.
And she talks about phone records for her and the girls, and that she could easily access them and to let her know dates.
Yes.
And she talks to you about that she's going to be away from June 9th to the 13th, but her realtor will be at the home to show the home.
Yes, she says this to Detective Parshall. She CCs me. Yes.
She CCs you on your
Correct.
email. And she also talks about that Fabio's employer has continued to pay his salary, but that kindness is limited to the end of this month, correct?
Yes.
And this is an email sent in April, correct?
Can you
sorry,
scroll?
June 1.
I can't see it, but I'll take your word for it. Yes.
Nope, let me
Okay.
sure.
June 1st, 2017. Yes.
So she's referencing the salary extension ending in the month of June.
Yes.
And she is talking about that she's forced to liquidate things, what we can in an untimely manner.
Yes.
And she tells you that it's been over 4 months since you commenced the investigation, and she fully understands that it's both lengthy and complex.
Yes.
And that any assistance you could provide to us would be greatly appreciated and would remove tremendous worry and burden.
Yes.
And then she finally asks you if there's anything more that they can do to accelerate the insurance claim process and what you need to facilitate this.
Yes, she talks about helping on this email. Mm-hmm.
Yes. And that was, again, an email from Monica Sementilli to Jean Parshall, CC to you, on June 1, 2017.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Go to Ms. Daigle.
Okay, so just to put it in perspective, Detective, on March 22nd, 2017 was the voicemail when she was upset about the life insurance and caused you enough concern to go to Parshall, correct?
Yes.
She didn't mention anything else about any other topic but the life insurance.
That is correct.
Okay. So then in June, 3 months later, she sends a letter not to you but to Parshall, an email. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Defense 612, and then she concludes the letter once again at the very end, saying, let us know what more we can do to accelerate the insurance claim process and what you need to facilitate this. So once again, she's asking about insurance.
She is.
Okay, thank you.
And she was sending this email, to your understanding, 5 months after her husband had been killed. Is that right?
Yeah, that's about right.
Thank
June
you.
1st.
All right, so we're going to take a big vacation. Due to the your excuse, Detective. Thank you. Due to the holidays and all that kind of stuff, we will not be in session again until next Tuesday, which is the 18th at 9 a.m. A couple things I want to tell you. First is the admonition. You're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else or form or express any opinions of the cause is finally submitted to you. Next, it's not a Friday, so I can't tell you, this is this or that. But don't forget that you're jurors on this case. Come next Tuesday, don't forget to come to court. Have a good long time.